1, 2, mic, check. Check 1, 2, check mic, check. Check 1, 2. There we go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are y'all doing out there? What's going on? Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? What's going on?
Like 45 seconds.
There's so much love for Home Depot now. We had a couple of upgrades last week. Now Piper joins the crowd. Hold to buy. I want to tell you.
Good morning out there. How's everybody doing?
This is a great call. We're reversing a lot of things that happened last year.
You holding, bro? You hell yeah, I'm holding. I've got
Walmart as a buy.
Put spreads.
Spent a lot of time at Walmart
478s to 470s.
So you think this call is a decent call?
Hold on, so we can do this really quick.
Very much so.
I've got let's take a look at the chart here. One quick second. Why is that not higher back there? I don't know why that doesn't go.
So looking now to the market on open imbalance, 341 million to the sell side.
All right, let's take a quick look at the chart. So give me one quick second here. I gotta do a couple things. So let me get up really quick here. There's S1. There's the pivot to the upside. Bring that out for you right there, and I'm gonna go over where everything is right now. If you have any thoughts on how we open?
Supreme.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news?
Give me one quick second here. One quick second here. Dude, what is going on? All right, I don't know why I'm not signed in there. Give me one quick second, guys. I got to do some work in the background here. Sort comments by newest.
So back to the Supreme Court ruling is Apple must change the App Store rules.
Members only. Okay, save all of that. And then let's reset Twitch really quick. How's everybody doing out there? Yeah, I've got some put spreads for farther out in time, but they're doing really well this morning. They're doing well off the bell. I'm not going to close them at this point. We're going to look at the 30-minute chart and see what your thoughts are on this this morning. We have a ton to go over. There's so much that has gone on over the weekend, and we've got what? We've got Davos, we've got earnings, we've got end of month, got a presidential election with an Iowa caucus, and big Tesla news breaking over the weekend as well. We probably have to go over that. And then, of course, the price of Tesla. And then people saying they were buying Tesla all last week, right? And that was not the call, or that wasn't the thing to do, was it? I'm fascinated too about we're going to talk about Tesla briefly this morning. I don't know what it means, but I always get a fly up my ass when certain things I see out there. And we'll talk about that. It's probably just it's kind of like calling the Earth flat. Kind of a discussion. But I did notice last week that let me post this really quick. We had so much crap to go over; it's not even funny. So let me get through what I have to get through, and I'll put my head up for a breather here. And let me just post this on Twitter. Okay, so you know what else too is there was a rain and snow line in Michigan, right? As of last week. The thesis was that Michigan was going to get hit with a ton of rain, maybe some snow, and then a cold front. We ended up getting some really great snow, right? We got tons of snow, and we got some of the windstorm, but not all of it. We didn't get the 50-mile-an-hour winds. We got like 20s, 30s. We got hit with some cold. It's super cold here right now. It's like minus wind chills of blowing minus 25. As a matter of fact, my one of my daughter's schools was canceled this morning, and we've got kids at our house. We've got like parents left not knowing how to have their kids babysat. So we're basically like I guess we're running school this morning at our house. Which, I guess parents were left unprepared with that. So my wife is she's, I don't know, she's some kind of like angel or something, and just said, "Here, come to the bosom." so, so we're like a school at our house this morning. Now with that snow and stuff, though, I was able to ski all weekend, and I've been chomping at the bit to go skiing. So I'm pretty stoked right now that I was able to get a bunch of skiing in this weekend. Now, how does that leave me feeling? Pretty in a lot of pain. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm in so much pain. Last night, right? Or I get home yesterday, and I'm in some pain, but I didn't realize how much of pain I was in until I got home. I don't know if it's like the adrenaline or whatever, but I can barely move. Like I could be put in like a wheelchair or something. Now, of course, I was doing the the parks with the kids, or with one kid. My oldest daughter, she's like a skier she likes the glades and the big wide turns. She likes that easy skiing. My youngest, though, she's just like me as a kid, so we got problems. This is the kid that wants to, like, you saw a kid skiing down the hill and she was on fire. That's her. She's on fire. And she wants to break legs and break arms and all that kind of stuff. So it was, "Hey, Dad, can you hang out in the park with me?" And I'll tell you later on this morning how that always goes. But she wants me there, but she doesn't want me there. Uh-oh. I'm losing a camera here. What's going on with my camera? I don't know why I'm losing a camera here. It's not supposed to be happening. Let's try that again. Okay. So of course I'm with my youngest daughter, and I have to pretend that I'm 20. There's like, I had kids later in life, and when you have kids when you're younger, there's a lot you can do with the kids. When you get older, you have to be, you want to be somewhat that same parent, but being that parent older, not easy. Like walking around wanting to put a cane on and whatever. So I'm gonna pop that on there. Okay, so there's a discussion. I'm not gonna post about talking about Tesla today. Now we're gonna look at. Okay, so that's out of the way. We're gonna go through a bunch of stuff this morning. We got a bunch of crap to go through. Get your pencils and papers out at home. We got a lot of chatting to do this morning. And welcome in. Come on in, have a seat. Hope you all had a great weekend, by the way. We had a great weekend. It was awesome. Skied. Went to a Airbnb, stayed in a place with a hot tub, which is really nice. That helped maybe me not, or maybe that helped me feel fine over the weekend. But this is another thing. I've been meaning to put a hot tub in my house now for a year, and I haven't done it. So I'm all upset about not having one. I've had one in every house I've owned. This house that I'm living in right now, I own, but it's not. Oh, hold on. It's not my home or forever home. It's a house that I'm trying to turn into an Airbnb. Now trying to sell everything, to believe it or not. In the coming year, I'm trying to sell into people moving to Detroit by 2020. If I can get out by 2026, I'll be happy. So we got a bunch of stuff to go over. We're going to first go to the trigger screen here, and we're going to look at a 30-minute chart really quick and just take a peek as to where we are here. Now, we have busted out from so you can see this So let's switch this over here. Got these lows that. Oh, wait a minute here. What the hell is was that? Did I have a cat in this place messing around me or something? I don't know what's going on here. Try that now. Okay, it's better. So got this like traditional wedge thingy going on down here. All right, we got price coming down 1, 2, and 3. We blast off, right? And we had a call wall above us here. We'll take a look at that this morning and see where the call wall is today, see how impactful it is. And then we had a gamma flip that was creeping up last week. It just kept creeping up and up and up and up. It was like down here. Then it was up here. And then it was up here coming into the end of the week. That, in my view, is setting up a trap for bulls in some ways, though I do believe that we escape it. But just on a 30-minute basis, you can kind of see in this chart here, like from my perspective into OPEX, monthly OPEX, I think at a minimum we're kind of just coasting and gliding down here, okay? And this is the 17th right here. So I guess I'm being a little more dramatic than I want to be. But somewhere here in the 17th, and then we've got down here the 31st. So you got OPEX, then you got end of month. And then you're looking for the first week of the next month, new flows, new money to come into the marketplace. So, here's the 17th, right? Right there, boom. You hit OPEX, maybe we get that nice squeeze higher. You get sold down again, bam, into the end of month flow type stuff. And we come down here into the 31st, maybe even catch a new low down here. And then you're actually off and running somewhere else. Now, there's some problems with this thesis here. And the big one would be the gamma flip. We don't want to see, or I don't want to see this over here. And then the actual, I believe this is a B wave for another wave count, but just be aware of it down here. What you don't want to happen is this over here. You don't want to see the daily get over here and trap bulls into the 30th. This is about the 30th in here. And then we just have a fucking bloodbath down in here. But this would be bad news for bulls over here. All of this action over here. This isn't so bad for bulls, believe it or not. Not so bad. So that's 458, 460, somewhere in there. I don't care about that so much. Believe it or not, I don't find this to be too bad. This whole thing right here. This is where it gets bad and ugly. This is where things can get really violent to the downside. I'm not so bad about this. I'm more bad about this right here, right? That just plain rejection, broke trend on the daily trigger, gamma flip upside down negative, and blood to the downside. So we're going to be paying close attention to this. I'd really like to see like the grind here. Not so bad with that. Not so bad with that right there too. I wouldn't mind seeing that either, and then get higher and be kind of close to this gamma flip. But I don't want to see the abject like roll, the big roll, which I'm assuming a bunch of bears are looking for, is a much larger roll to the downside. For myself, not so bad. You can actually see us looking for some liquidity to the upside right now, selling to the downside. You guys may or may not know this, but I'm on a trade. It's posted and I believe this morning. I haven't checked, but I thought I pinned it to my profile, and that's the trade that I'm on. I'm not on the trade of burn the entire market, any of that kind of stuff. I'm just looking for this roll down and this consolidation kind of a trade. Now, that post that I made was in a discussion with Vol Signals, a guy that I trust. Very smart trader, professional, I believe, from what I've been told. He's a real pro in real life, and this guy has a lot of insight. Now, that was in a discussion with Vol Signals, and my only thing that I wanted to say to him was that there's a setup in here where we're below, where we end up being below the gamma flip into the 17th and then the 31st. And that's what always gets my ass, because when we're down there, I can't buy the dip. I can't, like, whatever that V shape is, even if it's going to recover, there's a trap there for bulls. So it's too risky to put any kind of money on that trade. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me that blood. So we're going to take a look at a bunch of stuff. You see, there you go in your 30-minute basis for you to have at home right there. If you want to snap that, you can. This gives you just kind of a basic idea of where we're headed. You know there's going to be people out there telling you, hell, fuck you, Cap, we ain't going down here. That ain't possible. Maybe we'll do some of this, Cap, but it's not going to be so bad. That kind of stuff. For me, at least for right now, I am on this roll trade. How far it goes, I don't know. My put spreads are only to 470. So if we tag 470, I don't make any fucking money. Well, I guess I could cut one side and continue on our way down to the downside. But this trade makes me like 150% or something, almost 200% in profit. So I'm not really interested in holding it open any longer than I have to, especially if we end up coming back up over here. I'd rather just reposition. So for myself, at least, I'm going to be closing at 470. So we'll take a look at this right now with you. I'm looking like, actually, you know what? I might take the money down here at like S3, 471.70. So if this happens sooner than later, if we get something like this action, like today, tomorrow, fuck yeah, I'll take the money and run on that trade. And I've had some pretty heavy losses on Friday. So I need this trade to print so that I'm green, right? So that I placed it as a pair trade. So I was like, on the matter of fact, I sold this shit like literally up here in the pinstrike. Like put a put spread on, and then any dips to be bought, I bought with 0 dates. So I bought 0 dates on Friday. I should have here you can actually see. So we'll go to a 1 minute chart here. Let's go back in time and look. So right over here, I threw some put spreads on, like right fucking there. I mean, right on the goddamn roll. This is the call wall up here. So I put some put spreads on, right? We came down here, did a couple stupid bounces, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going to do some 0 date calls over here. PT1, what do I always say? Take the money and run. Then we trade PT2, take the money and run. PT3, take the money and run. I didn't do that. I left these fuckers on. I was like, you know what? Fuck these guys. I'm going to try to run it all the way up into the bell. Ended up being a loser, but then on this side, I'm making some serious money. This is a pretty big trade for me. And actually, you can see right now it's printing nice and hard and heavy. So I'm pretty excited right now. So we're going to go back to the main screen right now and watch all this action as it unloads. And we're going to go over what the gamma is this morning. And we're going to get into the gamma. Then we're going to get into the economic calendar for the week. Then we're going to go over a bunch of shit from the weekend that came out. There was a ton of news, right? You got the Houthis. The Houthis remind me of like the sand. What are they called? What's inside of Star Wars? They got the little short sand people with the big truck or whatever. That's what they remind me of. They're just over there fucking with the U.S. And I shouldn't find it cute or anything, but I do. I'm like, what are they? I'm like, what are you doing over there? You're messing. Why are you messing with the United States? Like, it's not really like 100 guys, but it's in my mind. It's like the Houthis are like 100 guys just hanging out on the corner. They're like, watch these motherfuckers coming down the road. I'm gonna fucking shoot a rocket at them. It's like the guy you don't want to do that to. So the Houthis are acting up, right? They're like, we're gonna start shooting missiles and all this other stuff. And then, of course, the U.S. does what they do. They flew around and blew up a bunch of shit. It's like bombing Canada. Like, what are you doing? The Jawas, exactly. I feel like they're the Jawas. Those blast points are definitely not Jawas. That's the Empire. They're like the Jawas, man. They're the Jawas. What are you doing? So we'll talk about that as well, implications, that kind of stuff. I saw some other stuff from Iran with the Navy SEALs. That's how we lost a couple Navy SEALs. They were stopping a shipment of missiles to the Houthis. There's some dragging in of the U.S. into expanding the conflict in the Middle East. The U.S. dude is like, we don't want to be here. Like the U.S. is like, we just got out of this area. Why do you want us back? No, it's like, come on, man, let's party, dude. Like, why do you want to party with the U.S.? I thought you didn't want to party with the United States. Okay, so let's take a look at some gamma levels here. Give me one quick second here.
From macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year.
I'm just check some net gamma in the market really quick.
So according to Chevron CEO, Chevron makes ship-by-ship decisions on Red Sea voyages, again, according to their CEO at the moment.
Okay, one quick second here. Oh, my neck is hurting.
So Chevron sees dynamic and volatile risks in the Red Sea, according to their CEO.
Yep, I'm not getting them yet, so I gotta wait. Okay, so we'll come back to that one right there.
Chevron does note, however, that they have not made fundamental changes to shipping routes.
Here's your gamma flip right down here, if you can see this. Let's see if we get underneath it here in just a moment. Here's your S1. Here's your S2. For economic calendar for this week, today is the 16th at 11 a.m. We've got Chris Waller speaking. 8:30 on Wednesday, we've got the import price index minus fuel, the U.S. retail sales minus autos. That's all at 8:30 on Wednesday. Then at 9 a.m., we've got Michael Barr and then Michelle Bowman speaking. 9:15, we've got industrial production, capacity utilization, and business inventories all at 9:15. And then at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, we've got the Fed Beige Book. At 3 p.m., we've got John Williams. We've got Davos as well going on. You saw my comment last week about it, where my dominatrix was already being hired. On Thursday, we've got Bostic speaking at 7:30 a.m. Then we've got claims on Thursday as well at 8:30, and Philly Fed manufacturing survey at 8:30. Housing starts, building permits. We're stacked on Thursday morning. And then we've got Bostic speaking again at 12 in the afternoon. So a busy day on Thursday. We have preliminary consumer sentiment on Friday at 10 a.m. existing home sales. And then Michael at 10 a.m. Those are both at 10 a.m. on Friday. Then we've got Michael Barr speaking at 1 p.m. and Mary Daly speaking at 4:15. On the 22nd, on Monday and Tuesday, we've got nothing scheduled. On Wednesday, we've got U.S. PMI. On Thursday, the 25th, we've got Q4 GDP preliminary. That's going to be a big one. And then we've got claims, durable goods. Friday, the 26th, we've got PCI. That's going to be another huge one. Core PCI, all the other PCIs. So a pretty big numbers coming out for end of the month on the 24th, the 25th, and 26th of the month, heading into EOM. Hey, yeah, good morning, everybody out there with snow days. Hopefully you guys got to ski. Some of you didn't. I know it rained in some of the East Coast. It ended up raining when it wasn't supposed to, and some of you guys missed the snow. We got hammered. It was awesome. It was really, really good.
So Brent oil futures turned negative after rising by $1 a barrel earlier in the session. WTI crude as well. It's down around
All
to
right,
a
so we got
spot
the
3%.
calendar out of the way there. Apple rejected by Supreme Court on Epic App Store suit. That's a big one. Intel CEO, we are expecting to get European chip projects underway shortly. What else we got here? Intel CEO, the CHIPS Act creates a long-term incentives to invest. Shell suspends Red Sea shipments amid fears of more Houthi attacks. We talked about the Houthis really quickly. Let's see what we got here. That's all I can read here. Anything big. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, this was another big one. Bostic had said that he warns, he's a voter, by the way. He warns that progress on inflation is likely to slow. I think that's good. I'm actually on the camp that that's a good, that's coming up, being portrayed as negative to the market, but it's actually good for bulls, believe it or not. So I'm reading about that right now. I read about that over the weekend, but I've got no problems with it personally. The slowing of inflation hitting 2% year over year is bullish. I know you don't want to hear that. You're gonna be like, you like want to hit me with a hammer in the head, but we talked about this last week. The velocity in inflation hitting its goal of 2% year over year, and then its bounce. So it would look something like this here. As inflation comes down, you don't want to see this here, like slam and slam. This is that velocity part of inflation. When you see that slamming in of inflation, you should be seeing jobs, us getting horrible jobs reports, and then, of course, a rampant unemployment at the same time, and then an anticipation of rate cuts. Now, this is where also the most fraud takes place, is in this moment in here. And they want this, they're trying to slow down. The Fed wants to fudge, believe it or not, fudge the numbers, inflation numbers in this period to buy themselves some time. They don't want to see that blast down, that bounce. Historically, at least, they don't want to see that. What it ends up doing is turning into the anticipation of rate cuts, and so I think that they finagle this as long as they possibly can. We know that the numbers are fake, right? It's the same as the unemployment numbers last quarter. They just put out a bunch of bullshit, and then of course they revised by hundreds of thousands in the revisions of that. What am I saying? Hold on, I'm reading an email this morning. So you're just going to see mass manipulation until they are ready to cut rates. If they even do cut rates this year, I don't think that they're going to. As of right now, it looks to me like, unless we get something different from the Fed, Jerome wants to keep rates elevated into at least the end of Q4 of 2024, and possibly even beyond, depending upon what the election outcome is. And the thing that fascinates me the most about that, too, is if the market is blasting, how do we not raise rates in the face of what will look like Bob on Main Street saying, hey, the stock market's overpriced, right? Overvalued. How do you start cutting rates? And that's how we come up with, to be honest with you, that's how we come up with the statement, if we're cutting rates and the stock market looks fine, something is broken that we don't see, right? Matter of fact, Jim Cramer this morning was talking about tax cuts. Not tax cuts, but tax cuts for the wealthy right now that are going to sunset here shortly. And his point was that you see any Fortune 500 companies in it that have been hurt by tightening? Fuck no, we haven't. No, we haven't seen any. We haven't seen any, or that we know of at this point. Like any kind of pain, right? Tightening cycles are so short and long-term debt cycles. If you don't understand, let me see if I know some of you do, but a lot of you don't. If you don't understand how capitalism in our country works, which is common, our society does not teach kids the basic concepts of how our capitalist system works. And you need to, as a participant in the stock market, learn the basics of it. You have to. It's important for you to understand how macroeconomics work and how they impact the stock market, even if it's only a base level. So what I'm going to do here is now this guy, this video is from Ray Dalio. A lot of you have seen this, but we always get new people in the stream. Now Ray Dalio is infamously fucking wrong in timing, and I mean in a big way, big ways, like big time. Like if you been in this market for 10, 20 years, this fucking guy has been calling for the end of a long-term debt cycle now for 20 years. I'm not joking. And it has not come to pass. But he has a gift on explaining complex concepts simply. So I'm going to post the link to this video here. And I don't know why that's such a garbage link from YouTube, but at any rate, in your free time, as a matter of fact, even this morning, just get off my show and go watch this thing. It is a great. Now I don't know if it starts midway through or at the beginning or whatever. Start it from the beginning, and it explains to you short and long-term debt cycles, our version of capitalism, how it runs, and how right now where we are right now, I don't care if we're at the end of a short or a long-term debt cycle, but whatever cycle, for me personally, I think we're in the tail end of a short-term debt cycle and a second debt cycle, economic cycle that includes COVID. And they're trying to bring them together. And then we are also at the end of a long-term debt cycle that comes to fruition in the next 2 years, roughly around 2026, and doesn't finish until 2028, somewhere in there. There's going to be a major bloodbath, in my view, at least. Now, if you can grasp these concepts, you can look around right now and see where we are. He talks about civil war. He talks about civil unrest. Talks about taxation. I think he does. I think in this video he talks also about different forms of taxation, inflation. Talks to you about how like your county government, your state government, the federal government will come in and tax. Then they tax corporations and stuff like that at the end of these cycles, so you can kind of match this stuff up for where we are. But you need to have a grasp on that stuff. It's important for you to at least have that grasp. And of course, Jim Cramer this morning was talking about, how many of these Fortune 500 companies have been really hurt by this tightening cycle. And it's a very valid point saying that, because you're the part of our capitalism is on its most basic level is, here's some money for you, right? Whether you're some guy on Main Street, some guy or some woman or whatever that's young, right? Here's some free money. Go invest it however you want, and we're gonna check back on you. And if you've been fucking around, we're gonna wash you out. That's the basic thesis here on how our system works. Is that the system gives free money. Basically, you get a chance to have a piece of it, whether you're a company, an individual, and then you're given a period of time for you to go spend that money. And if you spend it appropriately, you're going to be fine. If you did not, or you failed, or you did something fraudulent, or you just made something great that didn't take, doesn't matter what it is. And there's some real cruelty in this too, right? You get into a car accident and you can't walk ever again, and you took some money. They're going to wash you out too. You got old. They're going to wash you out as well. And we're not seeing that so far, are we? We're not seeing in this. Well, Jerome said that he was trying to get the cycles together. But in this part of the cycle, we haven't seen a big wash of anybody, have we? Or at least not on the surface have we seen that happen at this point. So make sure you watch that video at some point this morning on short-term debt cycles. Have a nice little bounce down below on S2. I think I posted. Did I post that everywhere for you guys? I think I posted that. Did I post that on Twitch? I did. Okay, so you guys have that on short and long-term debt cycles. If you don't understand the basics of short and long-term debt cycles, get off my fucking stream and go watch that. Okay, you have to have a baseline understanding of it, and he does a very good job of explaining it to people as dumbed down as you possibly can. That video is for like a fourth grader. There's no reason why you shouldn't understand those concepts. There's no reason why that shouldn't be taught to you in grade school, in junior high, and high school. And it's a travesty in our country that we do not fucking teach children. This is a true travesty in our country that basic economics are not taught to you in your school. It's offensive that you go out into your life and you do not have a base understanding of how economics work in our country. Outside of like, yeah, this is what, I don't know, this is what an apple costs versus your paycheck at McDonald's. You should have an understanding of how our system works. Now, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with that, right? This matters in how it impacts the stock market, the bond market, the greater economy, and how it impacts our stock market, basically. Oh, yeah, Evan, that's the one I posted, man. That Ray Dalio video should be taught in every school in America, and it's not. And it's so simple, such a simple concept. He simplifies it so well. He does a great job at that stuff. Yeah, he does a really good job. That's one of the things that I've been grateful to see him do the past decade or so. I think he's been doing this. Maybe the last 10 to 15 years. He makes these videos, and they're excellent. Okay. So watch that video, please. I want you to watch that video. Very important. It's how our system operates. Yeah, Creature from Jekyll Island's another good book, too. All right. So we got all that done. That's all done right now. I'm going to read to you a couple other things. Let me see what I got here. I got a note that was sent to me this morning. Implied SPX dealer gamma is running at 550 million currently, but will get slashed down in the coming days. All else equal as options expire. Today we've got negative 50 million. Tuesday, negative 42 million. Wednesday, negative 20 million. Friday, negative 180 million for a total of 290 million. In basic terms, that means that dealer gamma, the greatest stabilizer, could get in half, which increases the risk of large moves towards the end of the week. So we've got a bunch of gamma rolling off the market as the week progresses. From a gamma strike standpoint, 4,800 is a big resistance level that will only swell larger as we approach OPEX. Listen to me closely right here, okay? While to the downside, there are no prominent support levels except a rather small gamma strike at 47.75. That's right here. See my cursor down here, right? I talked to you about this, I believe, on Friday, and I harped on it. I made a post about it. I talked to Vol Signals about it, and I'm like, yeah, there's a rug pull, and it's setting up. There's not much here except for right where my circle is right here, holding this market up. And as the week progresses, we get more weaker and weaker and weaker as the week progresses. Doesn't necessarily correlate to a stock market crash or anything, but the setup is there, and you need to be aware of it out there. Okay, below 47.50, dealer gamma will turn negative, right? So 47.50 is your gamma flip, right? You can see it right here. It's right here. It's where your gamma flip is. Right down there is your gamma flip. Which means there's not much room for error, and we would feel a lot more confident if we could achieve a solid pin at 4,800 with an upside bias. So, i.e., we do not want to break below this gamma flip if you're a bull, and you'd rather see a pin into Friday at 4,800. We don't want to be floating down there, right? Let me see if I can bring this up for you really quick here. What else we got here? We model that CTIs are almost 100% long in SPX currently, so not much firepower to expect from trend followers. Below 47.50, CTAs will offload futures, which could then escalate in the region of 46.50 and 40.70.20 in a downside scenario. That's pretty much what I'm looking for here, right? I'm looking for that 470 on SPY at some point.
Give initial support to the
looking at competitive trader data, non-dealer future positioning looks rich, but long ratio is still running below 2021 levels. That's all I've got for you here. So you don't want to see a breakdown below this gamma flip right here. If you're a bull, you should be buying every dip, but then turning into a seller if we get below this gamma flip to the downside. What else do I got here for you? Let me read some to get this black box stuff out of the way. New York Fed Empire State Survey, business activity dropped sharply in New York State, according to firms who are responding to the 2024 Empire State Manufacturing Survey. The headline, general business conditions index fell 21.9%. New orders and shipments also posted sharp declines. Unfilled orders continue to shrink significantly, and delivery times continue to shorten. Inventories edged lower. Employment in the average work week declined modestly. Pace of input price increases picked up somewhat, while the pace of selling price increases was little changed. While firms expected conditions to improve over the next 6 months, optimism remained subdued. Boeing was down 2.3% in the early session. We'll look at Boeing as well. We'll look at Tesla and Boeing. We're going to talk about Tesla and Boeing here in just a moment. You know what we might have to bring on? I think I saw Joe Donut in here talking, and he has mentioned something to me in the past about this, that about Elon. We're going to talk. Should we talk about Elon next? I don't know if we should or shouldn't here, but give me a second. I'm going to line something up here for you guys. You know, there's an Elon conversation here. That I want to have with you. I saw him last week. There were some conversations I was in last week where Elon popped in not too long after in the same threads that I was in last week. This was after my rant.
The Swiss finance minister says there's a high debt in risk for global economy.
You know, there's like a part of, like, is he watching? Does he have people? I mean, you know, I was in that rant last week. I was like, you know, like, my view on Tesla here, the price of Tesla, is after we find the low, it's going to run pretty hard and heavy to the upside. to some pretty significant highs. So seeing him floating around in these groups, I'm like, is he trying to gauge? Is he trying to gauge where price is going in Tesla, so he can drop some bad news? And also, it was kind of fascinating because this news of him wanting more shares reminds me of him probably knowing that he can get a sweet deal. He needs some time in front to get a good price on getting shares, and he probably knows that down the road they're going to go to the moon. Um, I'm not shocked at him wanting more shares, and it has to do with, in my view, right? The board is stacked with his people. Um, the money that he had used for Tesla or for Twitter, as the price of Tesla stock goes down, could force him. I don't want to say some of this stuff. There's probably there's a mechanism working in the background where he needs more shares to maintain control of the company, and the rest of the board members not to get fired as well. Maybe I can have Joe on later today to discuss some of this. But there's likely. So my point here is this: there's likely, likely has someone back there telling him, "Hey man, you're at risk here of losing Tesla, and you need more shares." And that function, plus the function of getting more shares with a new compensation package at a very cheap price, that could help him on the back end with the Twitter deal, X deal, whatever you want to call it. There's more than likely. I want you to think about this. When you see someone come public, right, and they say something public to you, think about what the motivation is for that conversation. And it's usually something simpler than you think. And it more than likely has more to do with control of your company. Usually, for that kind of a conversation, because it's a big conversation, right? On its topical, you're talking about a company that's being valued based upon being more than a car company, right? And then the discussion about, well, maybe I won't do any of this work if I don't own more of the company. But go back and try to find out what the real reasons are in the back end, and it probably has something more to do with the deal with X and his his board members on the Tesla board, and then it was himself as well. Control of the company, and then a possibility or even just panic of what happens if the share price goes down. Let's say it closes a gap. I think it's a gap down at $90 or something. Then there's a gap down at $60. Does that put him in any kind of risk in his control of Tesla down there? That's the question that I have. Is that the reason for the discussion? I want to know from you guys too what you think, if he should be compensated more or not. If they should be compensating him. I've heard some discussion out there that he should get the shares, but they should be. I think they're called. I don't know what they're called right now, but they're like RPU or RNU. I went to business school. It's been a lot of fucking years, but there's shares you can get that are based upon milestones down the road. He could be given shares like that, where if you meet these milestones, or if you can't shut your fucking mouth in public, they'll remove those shares and they vest in a certain period of time or something like that. RSUs. Legend X22X knows what they are. They're called RSUs. So he knows what they are. So RSUs are basically shares that I believe that they could give to him, but they don't vest until certain things happen. That's right. Restricted stock units. Good job. I don't know if I'm for or against it, or whatever risk it puts him at, or whatever risk he's looking at that he doesn't want you to know publicly. If he needs those shares, I'm kind of okay with it. But I'd want to put restrictions on them if they were going to give them to him. I would want restrictions for his public persona. I'm not a fan of it. I'm sorry, I'm not.
So looking now
Never
to the
gonna
fear and
be.
greed index, sitting at 69 out of 100, that equals greed. Crypto fear and greed index, 64 out of 100, equaling greed as well. So seeing the VIX has paired some of its gains from earlier, it's currently trading around 13.7.
I'm not a fan of his public persona, especially more recently. I'm not a fan of it. I don't want, and I don't care what he says. I don't want him to say anything. I like my CEOs to say controversial things, not based in politics. Just stay out of the fucking politics. Just like all of it. I don't care if he was a Democrat or Republican. I don't care what he is. Stay the fuck out of it. Say things that piss people off in terms of like EV cars. Hold on one second here. So I've got I've got kids knocking on the door. But just like say things that piss people off indirectly, I guess, would be the thing with Elon. I don't like him getting involved or pissing off everybody across the universe. He's like pissed off Republicans, now he's pissing off Democrats, I think. And I really don't want my CEO doing that or my CEOs doing that shit publicly. So that's one thing. The second thing that would be for Elon would be on those shares being vested would be some deliverables. That's another thing that's pissed me off over these years. Of course, been a long time now, right? I want deliverables. I'm a salty investor. I want deliverables. I want shit delivered. I want to see. I want to see Tesla people out there working with the bureaucracy in our interstate travel system, our county level travel system, all that kind of stuff. So I'm expecting that as well. So I'm fine with it as long as there's some investment only based upon deliverables. Let me know in the chat what you guys think about that, what the real reasons are. Nice squeeze right now in SPOOs, squeezing above the hourly trigger right now. Remember, above we have the call wall. Bulls want to be breaking above or pinning it into the end of the week. We talked about that. We don't want to see a break below the gamma flip down here at any point this week. Getting a nice squeeze right now. Nice, beautiful squeeze. Am I ready to conquer the day's waves? Yeah. Hold on. So I did whatever the Tesla stuff. Let me know in the chat what you think about Tesla, or have a discussion if you like about Tesla in the chat. We'll look at the Tesla chat chart right now. That scene as we went over. Let's take a peek at the Tesla chart. Let's take a look at Tesla here. Whoop. Tesla officially negative at this point when price is below the blue line right here. This is your monthly trigger. So this line right here. When price is below the monthly trigger, we are negative. We are actually in a bear market for that stock. Now, there's a second part to that, which would be confirmation would be needed. So you want to see a confirmation rejection down below here for that to take place, to be confirmed. It's not good enough for price just to be down here. So you still want to see the rejection to the downside. You can actually see this break below here, right? Seemed to confirm it, but nope, whoop, right back up again. We're positive, okay? So we want to be able to, if you're a bear or anything like that, you want to see some kind of a rejection and continued downside move for Tesla. We also have the cross taking place above here of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger. So I'm very, very concerned about this right here. I don't want to see that rejection up here on that cross. This begins to cross down. We begin to reject. It'll be very bad for Tesla. It's going to get really ugly. So we'll be paying close attention to this daily trigger and weekly trigger right here. If you are a bull, you want to see a price get above 240, 235. and then confirm a reversal. So it's not good enough. Don't be like, hey, Cap, we went all the way up here. Everything is fine. That's not fine. The squeeze is not fine. Only the confirmation off that daily and weekly, and then beating that whatever that squeeze was back here would be the end of the corrective nature of Tesla right now. So be very careful on Tesla. You want to see a resumption back to the upside. It would look something like this. Let's see here. You would want to see probably go right about there. You'd want to see something like this here, right? And then a resumption back to the upside. Something like this here at minimum, you'd want to see to get bullish on Tesla again. Now, if you're looking at the daily velocity, if you want to take a look at the daily velocity on Tesla, I always like to see Tesla get down nasty, minus 50 for a dip buy. Minus 50 down here for a dip buy. Haven't seen it quite yet. For right now, we are at minus 13. So I don't think that we're finished going to the or heading to the downside on Tesla. I still think we have more downside to come. So even on the squeeze right now, let me move some of this up here. Move some of that up for you right there. Even with this squeeze right here, I don't believe that we're done heading down. I'll give you some targets to the upside. We've got 227.67 and then 235.50. So right in here, you don't want to see a rejection here. You don't want to see the rejection here. We're also going to have our continuation to the downside. So two key levels for Tesla bulls, 227.67, 235.50. Matter of fact, let's we'll put that one right there. Move that one down. And then we'll do one more above it right here. Right there. That one right there. So there's Tesla. Tesla update, watching it closely. Move that to a 1 minute trigger right there. That in for you right there. Go to main screen here. You guys can see all that right there, right? I wonder if are any of you guys getting flies today? I was wondering if anyone was going to buy some flies today for the rest of the week. Seems like a decent trade for Wednesday. All right, so we talked about Tesla, right? I like that one. Who did that? Bork, I like that Streamlabs note, brother.
The U.S. carried out new strikes against Houthis anti-ship missiles in Yemen today.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Same thing, John Haggerty. You got to give him more shares. I don't disagree with that. My question is, does he get the more shares or not? I think that's a warning to his board members too. Hey, who's that? Bork, what's going on, brother? How are you doing, man? John in the spot, good morning. How are you? All right, let's go through some of the chat here and see what everybody's saying here. You caucused last night. Oh, yeah. So let's talk about the election. We can talk about that briefly without taking too many sides. The caucus was kind of crazy to watch last night, right? Was his name Vivek or something? I wasn't expecting him to drop out that quickly. So that was kind of weird to see that how soon he dropped out of the election. There's a little bit of a whip going on inside of the Republican Party. What else did I see about what did you guys think about the caucus last night and its impact on the stock market? You guys have any takes on the Iowa caucus last night? Let's see what you guys are saying here. Let me read. Oh, my phone is off. My phone is dead. I lost my fucking charger. Joe said text messages. My phone My phone is off right now. I couldn't find my phone charger. But I got it. I dug out everything when we got back home, so I think it's charging. It's charging right now. It was plugged in but not charging. What did you guys think of the Iowa caucus? Let me ask you guys a question. This is more for, I guess I'll ask a question of Democrats out there. Do you guys think, if you're a Democrat, do you think it's good or bad if Trump, number one, Iowa caucuses don't tend to pick candidates too well historically. Let me ask you, if you're a Democrat, do you think you're in danger of losing the general election if Trump is the candidate? I want to know that. I want to know the answer to that question, because I think personally, I think it's better for Democrats for Trump to win the nomination. The other positive for Democrats, I think, is that there is no, I was expecting like a Trump, or in my view for Republicans, I wanted to see a populist that didn't piss people off run for office this year. And I haven't seen that candidate. I was looking for like a Rock or somebody like that. They seem like they would come off as being like an everybody candidate, and then boom, you'd be able to, you're in as a Republican. So far, from my perspective, I see Trump as, if you're a Democrat, you want Trump to be the Republican candidate. As I should say that, number one. Most models show Biden winning against Trump, but then last night I saw a bunch of Democrats going batshit crazy, and they were like, doom and gloom, doom and gloom, and doom and gloom, and I was like, these people are stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't want to be running against DeSantis. They don't want to be running against any of these other candidates. And at least in my view, the modeling that's been done says that Trump would lose. So I guess you kind of want Trump to be the nominee. Oh, my phone is blowing up like crazy right now. I don't know if it's being picked up right now, but can you hear all this? That might be all the dings. That might have been all of them. Oh, nope, there's more of them. Just dinging. But I'm fascinated to find out from you guys what you think about that Iowa caucus. If you think that it's bad for Democrats, so you'd prefer to run Biden against someone different. You guys probably already know that I'm a Democrat. Not that matters what we're doing here. And as a matter of fact, funny is I'll probably burn my vote. I'll probably end up voting for someone other than Biden. I won't be voting for a Republican, but I'm not a fan of his vice president, and I'm not a fan of Biden, basically. I feel like Biden was like I think Biden was like just the United States was like, we're fucking done. We need a break. We need a fucking break. He seems like the most innocuous person we can take a break with. I could be wrong on that, but that's how I felt about him, Biden being president. And I really don't like his VP. I'll be honest with you. She came in last place for the Democrats. That should be all the answer that you need in that. So now I'm afraid of is he going to be able to run out his presidency? Will he still be the president? He'll be getting up there in age, and it's real. So how old is Biden right now? How old are both of those guys? Biden is what? Let's find out how old they are. I looked it up a couple weeks ago, and I was like, it's like Biden's 81 years old, right? This guy's gonna be like, what, 80 fucking 5, 86? Like, I remember Reagan, dude. The guy was senile. The guy was fucking senile towards the end of his presidency. If you ever read any books, any biographies about him, the guy was out of it. At the end of his presidency, everybody else was running the presidency for him. And how old is Trump? He ain't no spring chicken either, right? That guy's 77 years old. I mean, neither of these guys are like. How are we running these guys? Why you want some 80-year-old, 85-year-old as your president? I don't fucking get it. Okay, all right. Dude, I think you're both out of your minds. Like, I can't believe that either party would want to run somebody that's 80 fucking years old. 78, 77, 82, I don't care. Like, that's just ridiculous. Another 5 years. These guys in office. Yeah, it's both sides. I'm like, I'm like, well,
So the
hey,
US Treasury 2 to 10 yield curve steepens to minus 17.7 basis points. That's the least disinverted since November.
I got my own problems too. Like, I voted for Bernie, and then like I voted for Bernie again, and then I'm like, and even I was like, he's too fucking old too. The last election, I was like, Bernie's too fucking old. Like, is there any? Are you telling me we got nobody that's like 50, 60 years old? There ain't nobody that's viable. I mean, is that really asking too much? I'm not even asking for 35 to 55, just 60. Can I get 60? Like, there's just. You liked Vivek? So I didn't care for him personally. He reminded me of like an Amway salesman. I did listen to him finally, and I was like, oh fuck no. But I'll give you this. Age wise, I mean, the guy isn't fucking 80 years old, is he? I'd like to see like a bunch of those candidates. Maybe not all of them, but like 3 or 4. Like if you have like a field of like 6 or 7 candidates, I'm sure you can scare up 3 or 4. Same for the Democrats, right? 80 years old. You guys are fucking out of your minds. I don't even. My vote is likely going to get burned. I'm not voting this. I find it. I doubt that I'm going to vote for Biden, and I doubt that I'm going to vote for a Republican. I'm on protest vote. This pisses or me being a Democrat. This makes Democrats even more angry. They hate my vote. I'm not the voter that's the independent voter, but I get a lot of, like, I see it on the internet too. They're like, this fucking voter right here is why we lose when we lose, or at least inside the party. And I probably will throw my vote away this year. I'm not fucking doing it. Not gonna. And I vote. I'm a voter. I actually vote in all my elections. I vote all my local elections. Like if we have a special election, I'm there. I vote. You guys see me with the sticker sometimes, but I'm an actual voter. I've always been. I've been a voter since I was first eligible to vote. I still believe in voting as being important. Still one of those people that votes. Most people, or I feel like a lot of people today. A lot of young people, I could be wrong in this. The numbers seem to agree with me to an extent. They like internet fist pump and then they don't vote. That drives me fucking batty. So if you're young and watching this program, please vote. I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, please fucking vote. The whole internet thing, you're being like sucked into this vacuum where you feel better or feel good by bitching on the internet. You don't actually vote. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. I'm not gonna do it. I personally refuse. I just do. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Yeah, there's some. I think it's gonna get worse. When I speak, sometimes I'll ask people that are young, why are you not fucking voting? And they say they feel like their vote doesn't count, or that it doesn't matter, or their candidate's not there. Um, it's bizarre because it's the only way it's the only mechanical way that you still have power in this country, and we're giving that up. That all of us are. You're being told that you're basically being told to cast your vote on the internet. Go on Facebook and be in a small or be in a room, an echo chamber, and yell at each other there. Right? Go on Twitter, go on Reddit, and these are easy places for you to be turned into and influenced into making decisions about your own politics, right? And now you see it. You see everybody fighting with each other, plebs, right? All the poors fighting with each other in public, and not just casting their fucking vote, right? They don't want you to. You guys know this, right? Democrats and Republicans would rather nobody vote. So the more people that don't vote, the better off the party is. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. The more that you don't vote, the better off you are, because what they do is they get you to not vote, and then they get their most ardent supporters only to vote. So that's a feature, right, for both parties, for you not to vote, especially if you're middle of the road or if you're can be swayed. Your vote can be swayed. They don't want you voting. The better off. They're better off without you voting or being a voter, and just not showing up. Believe it or not. So they create right now. You got companies too that want to influence your vote. It's like social media is a big part of that right now. Go here, bitch in this place over here, but don't vote. Truthfully, our Constitution is built around is basically built around you being able to make changes with your fucking vote. So, anyways, you can vote. Get out there and vote in this election. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat. Make sure you're getting your vote. Make sure it counts, even if it's a vote that's a protest vote. Still vote. Make sure they know that you're out there and that you are voting. Your vote scares both parties, believe it or not. They don't like seeing voters, I'm telling you. So vote. Please get out there and do that vote. So that we talked about the election so far, right? We're done with the election talk. Yeah. Politics is like it's a wild fucking thing. Squeezing up now, trying to trade the pivot here. Bulls want to get above this pivot and try to trade that 4,800. See if we can look at it on the upside here. This is the call wall to the upside for bear or on SPX. Move this over for you right here. This is that 4,800 down below. Let me see if I can show this. All right, the call wall into the upside up here. There's the call wall for you down there. Just ping-ponging around. Same as last week. Yeah, we have to create the society we want, take care of your family, your neighborhood, hold politicians accountable. Yeah, I'll be honest. Who's that? C Tazo? I've become very jaded. Very jaded. Like, I don't trust any of them. I don't trust the Senate. I'm disgusted that the Senate are making money off the stock market. It's not just Nancy Pelosi either, is it? It's all of them, right? Our Senate has become disgusting. Very offended by our Senate. I'm offended by our parties, the DNC and the RNC. It's all power and money. Our system is disgusting to me. And meanwhile, I'm very offended by the poors, man. If you make less than $300,000 a year, you're one of the poors. You probably don't think that you are, but you are. I tell this story sometimes. Where I was on a jury once, and it was a lot of DWIs, right? A lot of the people that were in there for DWI were of a political persuasion where they voted for them to get into trouble. And I'm like, I want reform for these people. I don't want them being gouged for money and then or being put in jail. I want people to change, right? To not drink and drive and stuff like that. So the whole system is kind of fucking bizarre to me. Our whole system, all of it is just like really bizarre. And meanwhile, you guys are out there, like killing each other in the streets, right? Not killing each other, but I hate you and I hate this and I hate that and it's all your fault and all that kind of shit. Around dinner tables, holiday dinner tables, you got people that aren't friends with their parents, their grandparents. Grandparents hate the kids hate the parents, all that other kind of shit. And it's like there's like a tear in the fabric of our country right now that's really bothering me. More so than even the 60s and 70s and stuff. There's an actual like tribalism going on that's kind of bizarre to me. Although I would want that if I was at a large tech company. If I was a nation state. If I was a nation state, I would be happy with where the U.S. is headed right now. If I was a corporation, I would be happy with being able to influence how you vote. And I think that's that third player is coming in. We had some oligarchy stuff going on a couple decades ago, but now there's this like corporate environment, nation states that are getting involved. Artificial intelligence as well, getting involved in the destruction of the fabric of our country. And I'm very afraid of it right now. Yeah, they won't. I agree with that too. But our vote does matter. There are times when voting can matter, and we're giving that up. That's the shit that's freaking me out the most. If there's like anything in this country that's freaking me out the most, it's the decision of an American literally saying my vote doesn't count. That is the most fucked up thing that I could ever hear. It's one of the only things. I was reading a story this weekend. The military academies in this country, right? The Naval Academy, West Point, they're reinforcing some teaching and training for officers in the United States military right now, and they're trying to reinforce that our own military is loyal to the Constitution of the United States of America, not to a president, but to our Constitution. And for the devaluing of our Constitution that goes on in this country, I'll tell you what, man, it's on that same line of thinking as you as a civilian. The most powerful thing that you can do is go to a voting booth, regardless of your party. I want you to know that. Your vote is so scary to people in power. It really is. It really, really is. I can't express that more. Fucking please vote. If you're young, please listen to me. Vote. Vote, vote, vote. You can protest. You can do whatever you want. Fucking vote. It's become easier than it ever has, right? I think through COVID, a lot of you can still do by the mail voting. Some of you probably can't, but some of those rules are still there where you can vote through the mail. It's really get out there and vote. So nothing more I can say on the subject. It's the one last thing you have. It's like if they've taken everything away from you, it's the one fucking thing that you have that you can do to make a difference. Yeah, 300,000. I shouldn't be saying that either, should I? $300,000 salary is not what it once was. We discussed that here, didn't we? We said we used to say 300,000. You're above 300,000. You're on the wealthy side of living. And that is true. I'm with you on that. The $300,000 is about 100K, right? It's the new 100,000. And you'll have to grow into that, right? If you're young right now, coming out of college, over the next 10 to 20 years, you're going to be looking to make 300,000. I agree with that statement too. Most like engineers up until COVID, they wanted to make $90,000 to $120,000. That's what I want for pay. My assumption here is like yours that in the next 10 years, if you're a new college grad, you're going to be gunning for 300,000. I would be. That's what I'd be like gunning. I don't think I'd get it right now, but If I was graduating, I'd be hoping for like 120 in the low end and be working into 300 in the next 5 years. That's what I'd be. My expectations would be there as a young graduate. Yeah, I don't care about. I think protesting is fine. I got no problems with protesting. I got no problems with bitching on the internet. The one issue, like voting on the internet, right? I mean, in terms of like, I placed my vote in our politics or our conservative. I mean, my intent here is that your vote matters more than your bitching on the internet. And they want nothing more than you to bitch on the internet, not vote. They want you to. Don't want you to vote. So fucking please vote. Please, please, please vote out there if you can. All right. What else are we going to talk about today? Should we talk about Davos at any point? Is it worth talking about? Now, let me know if you want me to discuss Davos for you. Bunch of old fucking guys out there. If you want me to talk about it, I can. They can impact the stock market if they say the wrong thing sometimes. I don't know if you want me to discuss Davos. I can play some of the live streams if you want. Talk OPEX. I already talked about it. I can talk about OPEX again if you want. There's a pin at, or bulls want to pin at 4,800 into OPEX. They don't want to go below 4,750. If we break below 4,750, it's bad news for the bulls. There's not gamma is rolling off as we come into OPEX. I talked to you earlier about the notional value of gamma on the market as we head into OPEX. That gamma that rolls off.
At the top of the hour, Fed Governor Waller speaks at the Brookings Institute about the economic outlook and monetary policy. A text is expected, as well as a Q&A with the moderator. And there is a live stream available to register for this event. The link is on Fed Waller's entry in the Financial Juice calendar.
So the pin to 4,800 wears off as the week progresses. Hopefully we park the bus in between 4,750 and 4,800. That's what a bull is hoping for at minimum. We don't want to start breaking below that 4,750 as that gamma pin comes off throughout the week. Thanks, Bork. Yeah, we've got a whole series on it, Bork. Yeah, exactly what the young girl menu is at Davos this year. It's so gross. There was an article done like, I don't know, a few years ago that talked about how like there's no women of the night aren't available while all these guys are in Davos. It's so gross. Like having a look at the balls of some old 80-year-old man. Some big I won't say anything. Yeah, Joe Donut just said 6 figures now means 250,000. 100%, Joe. We got tax season coming out. We got tax season. We should talk about that at some point too. What else we got here? I find it funny that so they're like it's kind of funny they're like Jim Cramer this morning was talking about sunsetting some of these tax breaks for ultra wealthy people. And I found it fascinating because he was like I'm fine with sunsetting all these tax breaks. I'm like, why don't we sunset some of those tax breaks from 1978 and 1980? 1984. Anywhere from 78 to 84, you want to sunset that shit? See what he says to that. He's going to be like, fuck you, no way. We'll give some of this back. I'm like, yeah, you're giving it back from like past 4 years, like from like what, 6 years ago or something. Let's try it from like 1980. Can we do that? No. The answer will be no. Let me see what you guys are saying here. You liked Vivek and his willingness to debate anyone. Vivek was very popular for what I noticed was in our conservative, a lot of the young people in there liked him. And then neo-libertarian or neo-liberals, so neo-democrats, neo-liberals, they liked him too. They had an affinity for him as well. I looked at, I thought he was an Amway salesman. I'll be honest. I apologize. He reminded me of an Amway salesman. But I know that he made a lot of people happy. Yeah, I'm looking for if you guys want to know what I'm looking for, what am I looking for in a president? I don't know if he exists or she exists right now. I'm trying to think of someone would fit that bill right now. It's a tough one. I have to think about it. I don't see any candidates that fit that bill for me. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. I don't know if there's one candidate that could do that work for where we are right now. That's why Biden loses to Trump. So none of the models that are out there that I've seen, maybe I could be wrong in this, but the models that I've seen says Trump loses to Biden. Not some of the other candidates. That's what I've seen. I could be wrong in that, but that's the modeling that I've seen is you want that matchup.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at
What else
the
we got
top
here?
of the hour,
Read what some of you
Fed
guys.
Governor Waller speaks to the Brookings
When will the
Institute
tools
about
be
the
ready?
economic
So we're working on
outlook
the
and
tools to be
monetary
launched on
policy.
the
A
31st.
text is expected, as well as a Q&A.
We're at the
If you'd like to watch
16th
this
right now,
event
so
live,
hopefully
the
we're
registration
still in
link is
line for that
available on
31st
Fed Waller's
launch.
entry in the calendar.
What else we got here? Oh, maybe I should get you the let me get you the hourly trigger on Tesla too. You guys have that already? Hourly trigger on Tesla. Where is the hourly trigger on Tesla? Hourly trigger on Tesla is at 220.17. 220.17 is the hourly trigger on Tesla. There's the SQQQ gamma flip. All right, I think I read through most of your comments, what I could get to there. No one will bring out the Dems to vote like Trump. Yeah, there's like a that's the modeling that I saw. That's the modeling that I saw had other candidates beating Biden. It was Trump was like the I think someone just said it there. They said nobody will bring out the Dems to vote like Trump. I think that's the thesis there too, is that it's more of the lightning rod aspect to it than and I was surprised. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised that the Republicans didn't bring out. So like Trump was a populist, but he also, as a populist, was very divisive for people. He's very much like Reagan, but then there was a lot of bad shit that came with that. Unlike Reagan, I thought they would bring out a candidate. I thought Republicans would bring out a candidate very similar to that this election cycle, and they didn't. They were able to like reach both sides, not piss off everybody while you're doing it. That didn't seem to happen. What else we got here? Chase is here. Well, I got to go onto YouTube and see what people are saying here. All right, let's read through YouTube comments. Some of that's not in my feed right now. Let me reset my feed. I'm going to refresh my chat so I'm getting YouTube comments again. Andre, how are you? Good morning. Tim, how are you? Harushi, Arthur Solom, Stacy F. Good morning. How are y'all doing? Tanner, good morning. How are you? What else we got here? Will M. Good morning. How are you? Kamel, good to see you. Good morning. Chase, good morning. Oh, Rocket Surgeon said he got some saucer sledding in this weekend. Got banged up. Let me see what we got here. Good morning, David. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Happy vacation, David AMS. We were trying to get you on the show on Friday. That didn't happen. Good to see you, though, as well. Tesla ripping. Never a down day ever again. John Haggerty, good morning. Elon shares. Yep, I think I read that one earlier. Tesla getting a nice green boner this morning. Let the flows dry up again. The window of weakness. Hope so, Chase.
1
For these
minute
puts
remaining to expect
sake.
the text release for Fed's Waller.
Let me see what we got here. Blissowitz, good morning. How are you? Trump got the most votes of any presidential in history, 2020. Consider Biden's total legit. Yeah, I did notice that, Blissowitz. They had some exit polling over in Iowa, and they definitely said that I think it was 60% of the caucus voters said that the Biden did not win the election, or they didn't feel as though Biden had won the election, that it was stolen. Everyone who says that they want Trump to be the candidate because he'll lose is seriously underestimating how much support he actually has. Bill Ackman and Elon Musk hosted a space session yesterday during which Ackman endorsed Dean Phillips. What else we got here? Would I vote for Newsom when he decides to run with Big Mike?
Fed's Waller says data in the last
I
few
don't
months is allowing
know.
the Fed to consider cutting the policy rate this year. Says the Fed will be able to cut the policy rate this year as long as inflation doesn't rebound or stay high. Believe the policy is
Seth
set
Rich,
properly.
Dean
I
Phillips.
view the risks to the Fed's employment
Drop
and
this
inflation
5% in
mandate
the next
as
couple
more
weeks.
closely
I don't think
balanced.
you get the
Says we are
5%,
close,
Chase.
but I will need more information in the coming months to be sure. I am confident that we are within striking distance of achieving a sustainable 2% inflation target.
Good morning,
Changes in
where we
policy
roam. How are you?
path must be carefully calibrated and not rush. Says this view is consistent with Fed policymaker projections for 325 basis point rate cuts this year. Fed's Waller says a slowdown in consumer spending appears tentative. We'll find out more from Wednesday's retail sales data there. Economic activity has moderated, and rate cuts should be done methodically and carefully. No reason to cut as quickly as in the past. Says the timing and actual number of cuts will depend on incoming data, and that financial conditions do remain restrictive. As though setting of policy again needs to proceed with more caution to avoid over tightening now. Says the December jobs report was largely noise. Ongoing moderation in the labour market supports progress towards the 2% inflation target. Says text release from Fed's Wallers coinciding with some weakness in the S&P 500 and some strength in the dollar now.
I gotta check my spreads here. Let's go back to YouTube. I'm reading through some of your comments here. Brad A saying I vote for counting the votes accurately. There was some takeaway last night with the Iowa caucus. They asked 3 or 4 exit questions, and those questions are still. I mean, there's still some touchiness, right? If you're a Republican, some of those things are still there for you. I can see it in the chat here on YouTube too. People are still raising those same questions. Let me get this here. Show that right there for you. I have a hard time with this, like who's running. I feel like people are asking me in the chat who would I vote for. We need an overhaul.
5 to 30 year yields rise 10 basis points on the day now.
We need an overhaul. We need an overhaul of our politics. We probably need a third party. and if not more parties. I like the ranked voting concepts out there. I think we need to flush almost everyone out of the Senate.
S&P 500 extending losses, and the Nasdaq turning negative after Waller's comments there as well.
We need some rules for anyone.
So there we
did you
did
see
also
there?
see the US had to sell $85 billion in 4-week bills on January 18th, settling on January 23rd. That's a $5 billion increase in 4-week bill sales for next week's tenure.
Let's watch that closer there. There was a congressman saying that their pay wasn't high enough. I'm like, that's high enough. Like, I want family members banned from specific. Like, I want people banned, like all of them. Like, I really do. I want them banned from taking positions as like once they leave the Senate, they can't take a job as a I forget what it's called right now. This is my dad's job actually, what he did for his living. But like when you leave the Senate and you start being, I forget what it's called, what they are anymore, but whatever. And then their family members shouldn't be able to trade or invest. Like, we need to flush it all. The whole thing needs flush. I want the incentive taken away from money and power, basically, from all of these fuckers, like every single one of them. Yeah, dude, it's wild. It's like our whole system is fucked up. Yeah, lobbyists. That's what my dad was, by the way. He was a lobbyist, but like, can't lobby afterwards. It's like you won the lottery. If you become a senator, you won the fucking lottery these days. Even to some extent, the House of Reps, not as bad. They kind of expect crazy shit to happen in the House of Reps, but the Senate, presidency, the amount of control that the RNC and DNC has over inside of the presidency is bizarre to me as well. Like, the parties themselves, the power that the parties have is fucking crazy. It is absolutely fucking bizarre. You can't even run a candidate anymore, right? Can't run a candidate unless they're rich or picked. They ain't picked from one of the parties, or if they ain't rich, you can't run for shit anymore. That's a problem. I think that's a problem in our politics right now. Yeah, it's like serious election reform. That's a better way to describe it. Serious election reform, and then serious, like, if you are elected, reform. Like, you do that, and I'd probably get more interested. I still vote. I just, like, when you start to ask, like, what kind of reform do we need? It's huge, and the only way you get that is from a grassroots movement that's bipartisan, right? You get everybody on board on that. I think we're closer to that than it looks to, and that they don't ever want you to become that. They never want you and I to They never want a Republican and a Democrat to want that kind of reform together, right? They don't. And a lot of us agree on this stuff. I was just having a conversation with some MAGA people in person a couple weeks ago, and a lot of what we think is not too far off from each other in a lot of these things. Not everything,
So again,
but some
US
things.
Treasury
A
yields
reform is a
rising
big
after
one.
Waller's speech. The 2-year touches session highs of 4.249%.
Oh, Obama was groomed too, right? Obama was groomed. He was not allowed to make important decisions as a senator, because if you're a governor, it's a little bit easier to run for office. In the Senate, you have a history of voting. You can be really banged up for that running for a presidential office, and even he was groomed to be president, right? DNC. As a matter of fact, the DNC, as a matter of fact, has more control over who becomes president than the RNC. I don't know if you know that or not, but it's easier for an outsider to secure a nomination in the Republican Party than it is for the Democratic Party.
On Friday.
Yeah, a lot of you guys are making good points out there right now. I'm seeing some of what you guys are posting. I bet they would be easy for Democrats and Republicans to come together on a lot of reform shit. I don't think that a lot of Republicans and Democrats are too far off in a lot of this stuff. As far off as you think you might be. Well, they have though that there's some arguments out there right now too that ranked voting would solve a lot of this. I don't know if that's true, but I'm for and against ranked voting, but there's some arguments out. If you guys all know about ranked voting, if you don't, look it up on your own. If you had ranked voting, would that help? Let me see what else here. Read through some of this here. Yeah, regardless of who Nancy Pelosi won. You guys are fucking hilarious.
The Dixie briefly rises after comments from Fedzwalla last up 0.62% at 103.28.
See what we got going on here. Not too much, right? Just been bouncing around. Since when? Since January 8th. Been range bound. Just ping ponging along, baby. I was wondering if the Theta Gang was going to come out today. I'm assuming Theta Gang is going to be pumped, right? Yeah, Blissowitz is saying when people have political conversations in terms of practicality and not morality, it's much less tense. Many times the conversation isn't even possible because of the emotions associated. Yeah, I would really like to see. Some political reform across the board. Just like baseline, start there. Just like start with just the political reform. You know, like when you think about these politicians, they're selling you basically. They sell you basically that we're like in this amplified environment where they're selling you. Hey, this is what it means to be a Democrat. Hey, this is what it means to be a Republican. None of those fucking people that are selling you that believe in any of it. None of it. They don't live, and their life is not lived along those rules. I didn't know that. So I didn't learn that stuff until I moved to. Let me explain some of this to you. So I ended up moving to Vail, Colorado. Okay, and then from there I spent a lot of time in very wealthy places with very wealthy people, where I was a minority of not being wealthy, but surrounded by very wealthy people, not your normal wealthy people, not the richest guy in your town, but we're talking the rich and powerful from around the world. These are like oil barons from Mexico and down in South America. These are politicians from around the United States. These are the heads of every large corporation in the U.S. Those kinds of people, and they hang out there, and they feel safe there to do whatever they want. But you meet these people. I also noticed it at Burning Man too. You start to notice that these people live on a different life. They don't live the same life that you and I live, yet they make all the decisions for us. And they're selling you and I a thesis or what we believe in. But in fact, those people don't live by any of those restrictions in their own lives. You don't see police acting a certain way. These people can do whatever they fucking want in their lives. And so I just find that disconnect is fucking bizarre. Totally fucking bizarre. I'm going to tell you how to vote and because you're poor, and I'm going to pit you against another poor person, basically. and you guys fight with each other. And the more you hate each other, the better off we are, right? If I'm rich and powerful. That's how I always felt. And it became glaring living in those places. You start to see how the other 196th lives, and you're like, fuck, this isn't based in any kind of reality. We have our own we have our own form of royalty in the United States now. We've passed, or we didn't want a monarchy or a patriarchy, form of government. Yes, yet we've replaced it with another form of it, right? In some way. It's bum fight. It is like bum fights. I'm like, that was the thing. You go to a, yeah, it's so fucking bizarre. What are you doing? I'm gonna vote to fucking hurt myself, or not vote to not or to hurt myself. Either one. Yeah, look at that. TNX man is just bumping right now. Bumping right now. Dixie
US
on the
short-term
move to the
interest rate
upside
futures
right now.
imply less than 60% chance of Fed rate cut in
Look
March
at the
versus
VIX,
more
baby.
than 70% chance seen before Fed's Waller's speech.
HYG saving its ass down below right now. They've got a gap on the up and downside to close. Just keep giving me that
Do you
theta,
want to
baby.
stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price
I
of
got
1
a
month.
feeling that
That's
I'm going to
a
be the
92%
only winner this week. I got the feeling. I got the feeling Theta Gang's going to be a winner. I got a feeling that I'm going to be a winner this week. I got this little itch going on, yeah, I think I'm going to be the only winner this week in this stream. I think you guys are going to get cut up. If I had to guess, you guys are going to get cut up this week while they park the fucking bus for OPEX. And I think the risk is to the bulls this week. Gamma said, well, at least well, I think Chase was in here earlier and said window of weakness. The window of weakness doesn't really mean like blood. It's possible. There's possibility of blood. I think it's more of like a grind down and to the right over the rest of this week. I'm not seeing the doom and gloom that some are seeing. The window of weakness is only a window. It doesn't mean that we actually go down in any meaningful way. Yeah, that's a better way to describe it, Jay Shady. We always talk about that, right? It's more like consolidation-ish. So we talked about it earlier. I'll go over it again. You guys want to read? I'll read this to you again. So let me just go back to some of you guys are just joining us. This is a 30-minute chart right here. We'll go over one more time. So we've got nice wave right here, right? 1, 2, right? Or 1, 2, 3. Boom, nice little squeeze up higher. My thesis here is that we've got OPEX, right, coming up. We've got end of month coming up. We're going to have new monthly flows coming up. There's a window of weakness in here. This is so on the top side of this, you got a call wall at 4,800, right? This was acting as a pin last week, right? So we pinned to it up. Supportive flows, boom, boom. Now, as the week progresses, we have gamma that's keeping us pinned to this 4,800. Okay? Now, that gamma is falling off every day into Friday. That pin, right? That pinning action, the price pin, is falling off as the week progresses. Now, this is also a moment of weakness in the market, right? So we've got gamma rolling off here, and we got a little bit of a roll here that should be expected into the 17th and possibly even into the 30th, the 31st. See, the 17th is right here. I guess I'm being a little dramatic in the drawing here, but here's the 17th right here. Right, the pin to 4,800 is weak as we head into the 17th. Then we have single ticker expirations for Q4 of 2023 that roll off on the 17th. And that leads into the end of the month over here. Now, if we don't have new flows until the first week of the next month, we start to lose a little bit more of that pin, and there's some blood that could be anticipated. Some of these bears are looking for a big downside move as time passes due to all that gamma falling off the marketplace. I think Jem has addressed this as well. I think he said something about, I think he said it back in October or September of last year. He was saying that we shouldn't see weakness in the stock market of any significance until, or even a possibility of it, until I believe the January 17th OPEX. Now, does it mean we go down to the depths of hell? No. There's no guarantee that it does, but there is a moment of weakness in here where it's possible that it can take place. And that's where this lies right here, is if we get underneath this gamma flip. So if you look at this gamma flip down here, right? It's okay. The point here is it's okay if we're a little bit weak in here. We just don't want to get underneath this
That's
gamma flip.
11:30
Get
a.m.
underneath this
Eastern
gamma
time.
flip,
The US sells
we start to
$75
reject.
billion in 3-month bills.
We
Prior high
become
yield
sell
of
the
5
market.
spot 235%, and a prior bid cover of 2
will begin to
spot
sell
95.
their positions
And the
below
US
here.
sells $68 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield of 5 spot 03%, and a prior bid cover of 3 spot 06.
Aaron, I'll read this to you this morning. This isn't doom and gloom or anything. It's just a matter of understanding the pin that's in the market right now. So let me read some of this to you again. I'll read this to you one more time here.
Fed's Wallace says a strong economy gives the Fed flexibility to move methodically with on cuts.
Implied SPX dealer gamma is running at 550 million currently, but will get slashed down in the coming days.
And the timing of cuts will be up to deliberations of the Federal Open Market Committee.
All else equal as
Wallace
options
says
expire.
if we think we need to move rates down faster, we can.
So Tuesday, we lose minus 50 million on in notional. We lose minus 42 on Wednesday, minus 20 on Thursday, and minus 180 on Friday for a total of 290 million. In English, that means Daler Gamma, the great stabilizer, could get cut in half, which increases the risk of larger moves towards the end of the week. Not necessarily down, just larger moves. So adding more volatility to the market into the end of the week. From a gamma strike standpoint, 4,800 is a big resistance level that will only swell larger as we approach OPEX. While to the downside, there are no prominent support levels except a rather small gamma strike at 47.75. Below 747.50, Daler Gamma will turn negative, which means there is not much room for error. And we would feel a lot more confident if we could achieve a solid pin at 4,800 with an upside bias. So you want to see that pin into the end of the week, into OPEX, into the 17th, tomorrow, excuse me. into tomorrow for OPEX, and then even into the 30th, right? Or 31st. I think there's 30. I think there's 30 days in this month. So you want to see that like 4,800. You want to be there or above it as a bull. You don't want to slip underneath the 47.75 as the week progresses. They are modeling that CTAs are almost 100% long in SPX currently, so not much firepower to expect from trend followers. So CTA is already long this market. They're not going to buy any more. You're not going to expect heavy buying coming in
Rent inflation is
from
expected
them
to
at
come
this
down.
point.
It
You
is
know that
just
they'll
taking
become
longer
net
for new
sellers below
leases to flow through to the
47.75
inflation index.
or 47.50. Below 47.50s, CTAs will offload futures, which could then escalate in the region of 46.50 to 47.20 in a downside scenario. So these guys are even saying the same thing that I'm saying. Not expecting too much downside here. And as a matter of fact, I'm looking for a dip to buy down there at some point. If we can get down there at all, looking for a dip to buy down there for a major run with a new all-time high at SPX.
North Dakota oil output is down 600,000 to 650,000 barrels per day amid the cold. And North Dakota gas output off 1.6 to 1.8 BCF per day due to freezing weather.
Yeah, that aligns with the VIX call order from mid-February you've been hearing about. The do you think that Vivek will be the
That's
I thought that
11:30
too.
a.m.
People
Eastern
said he
time.
wanted
The
to
US
give him a
sells
cabinet position.
$75 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield of 5.235%, and a prior bid cover of 2.95. And the US sells $68 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield of 5.03%, and a prior bid cover of 3.06.
All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break here. I got to make some phone calls. I got to check my text messages and check in with some people. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes.
And Wallace says once supply adjustment is complete, it will be clearer whether demand is falling enough to finish the inflation fight, an issue the Fed needs to watch. And Wallace says once the Fed decides to cut, we can take.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Couple hours into trading, let's get post to post with Bob Bassani, see what's moving. Hey, Bob.
S&P still down, although some of the big tech firms still on the upside. NVIDIA, Micron, AMD having a great day. We're trying to make sense of a lot of these bank earnings, and it's been very difficult. For example, Morgan Stanley, we have these special assessment to the FDIC that's changing the earnings picture on some of these, so it's a little confusing here. But if you look here, Morgan Stanley was sort of one of the decliners on the S&P 500. Ted Pick's first earnings report as CEO. Revenues beat, wealth management's the key. These companies are about wealth management and then a little bit about capital markets and trading. But wealth management was the key. But the trading operations underperformed. Both missed estimates that we tracked there. Investment banking was a very, very small beat overall. So that's the story here with them. And if you look at the opposite story with Goldman Sachs, and they're essentially in the same business. Again, the big money center banks are about wealth management and capital markets and trading. Goldman reported a big, big beat here. Global banking and markets saw a little bit of a dip in the quarter. David Solomon was on the conference call this morning. He said he was hopeful that capital markets activity, they make a lot of money on this, like debt, for example, and IPO business, we're going to pick up in 2024. We'll see about that. A little bit of a hopium there on the IPO markets. We've been waiting for this for a long, long time. Still not happening. It gets more intelligible when you get into regional banks. I like regional banks more. PNC reported with regional banks, it's a lot simpler overall here. You're dealing with loan growth and credit quality. And again here, the average loans for PNC were up 1.6%. That's fair, not great. Credit losses, though, well contained. They're not dramatically increasing the provisions for credit losses. So the two things that matter are fine. They're just not terribly exciting. Loan growth isn't particularly astonishing in that business here. They beat on the revenues. That's a good sign. We want to keep an eye on these revenues because some of these companies are reporting lower revenues. Net interest income was lower year over year, but it was better than some people expected. So it's a little hard parsing this in a simple way on the bank so far, Morgan, but I would say that loan growth has been fair, not great. There's not a big increase for loan losses, and overall that's good. But trading activity has been flat to down overall for those big money center banks that we talk about, the big six overall.
There
sort
are
of
no
a mixed picture
disruptions so
bank
far
earnings
from the
so far.
balance
Morgan,
sheet
back to you.
Well, you did a great job bringing all the nuance to us, Bob Pisani. Thank you. And of course, our sights now turn to the regionals. 41% of the KRE is set to report this week. It's time now for a news update. Bertha Coombs has that for us. Bertha.
Hey, Morgan. Former President Donald Trump back in court today as jury selection begins to determine damages in the defamation case brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. Trump's already been found civilly responsible for sexually abusing Carroll in the 1990s, and a judge found him liable for defaming her when she came forward with the allegations. Carroll is seeking $10 million from Trump, who said he plans to testify in his own defense. The trial is expected to last 4 days. Prosecutors charged the man accused in the murders of 3 sex workers on Long Island with a 4th murder today. The new charges against him for the death of Maureen Brainerd Barnes were unsealed today. Detectives arrested accused serial killer Rex Howerman in July. He has pleaded not guilty to the earlier charges. And former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson dropping his Republican bid for president following his 6th-place finish in the Iowa caucuses. Former President Donald Trump won by a record 30-point margin. Entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy also suspending his campaign after finishing a distant 4th. Now on to New Hampshire. Carl, back to you.
Bertha, thanks very much. Foreign leaders reacting to the recent elections in Taiwan, including the president not supporting independence. What does that mean for the U.S. relationship with China? Former Commerce Secretary Carlos Gutierrez will join us next to weigh in.
So 6-month bill high yield, 4.975%, 4.975%. Bid cover ratio 3.17, 3.17. So the US sells $72 billion in 6-month bills and awards 99.11% of bids at high. And 3-month bill high yield 5.225%, 5.225%. Bid cover ratio 2.99, 2.99. The US sells $79 billion in 3-month bills and awards 34.31% of bids at high. The White House's Sullivan says the US may take further action against Houthis.
Com.
Feds Waller says shipping does not need to go through the Red Sea and could require some one-time level impacts on costs, but not on underlying inflation.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Feds Waller says 4% wage growth is a little high, but not by much. Traders no longer fully price the first ECB 25 basis point rate cut in April.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
ECB Simkus says wage data are going to be very important and interest rate cuts may begin around the summer. And I'm far less optimistic than markets on rate cuts. S&P Global Ratings report says global corporate defaults jumped 80% in 2023. China's Premier Li says the Chinese economy can handle ups and downs in its performance. The overall trend of long-term growth will not change.
All right, so I'm going to stop back in really quick. Apologize for the... Is this thing on? Okay, that's at least on, right? CNBC is at least on in the background. I had to take a quick conference call, and I have to go back into one more unexpectedly. I was not expecting it. Just think about this from the... I want you guys to grasp this concept here, okay? You had a pin heading up into 4,800, okay? A magnet. Now the magnet is if you've got a hand that you're gripping. Hold on, I'm gonna wait to take this call.
CNBC.
Let me mute this for a minute here too. Let me come back on really quick, okay? So what do I got here? Get rid of that thing. Okay, so think about it like this, okay? See my hand right here? I got 4,800, okay? You got 4,800. And it's like a magnet. I got a magnet up here with my hand, okay? And it's magneting price up into that 4,800. That magnet gets weaker as we head into OPEX. Now, we can trade up into 4,800 and pin there still. If the options market allows it, if you've got real money buying going on out there, that kind of stuff. We know the market's long right here. We don't know exactly where that pin is, though, on OPEX, do we? Could be 4,800, could be 4,750, could be 4,700. We don't know where it is. We don't know where they want to park the markets for OPEX nor for end of the month. And then there's a little bit of there's some funny business that goes on the Tuesday and Wednesday of OPEX as well. We know today is Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. You get some funny business that goes on oftentimes with VIX, right? So, but just be aware out there if you're a bull that there's that magnet's not as strong as it was, and you can also see some manipulation that goes on leading into OPEX as well. Either a huge upside move and then we come back down, or a huge downside move then we come back up into actual OPEX. And these are big banks that are trying to park. These guys are out. These are serious people, right? This is where you find people that say the market is fake. You'll hear them say the DOM is fake, the demand is fake, the price of everything is fake. And that has a lot to do sometimes with the manipulation that goes on to print what these large banks want to print into these end-of-month scenarios. So right now, this price action is not shocking to me. This bouncing around is not shocking to me. It's not phasing me in any way, shape, or form. If you were a condor or a fly seller or buyer, and you're like, we're range bound from this point to this point over here to an extent, even if we get a momentary upside move or a momentary downside move, there's an idea that there's a range that the market is trying to steer into for OPEX and then for the, to some extent, end of month as well. So I was coming into this morning thinking to myself, there's not going to be a lot to do today. We're going to likely be range bound and drift down into the 17th and possibly even the 30th or 31st. So this doesn't really surprise me here. And to further that point, tomorrow is the 17th, right? So what are your expectations? If you're a bull out there and you're like, we're going to 5,000 tomorrow, into OPEX, probably not. We're going to 4,600 tomorrow into OPEX, probably not for where we are. And just zooming out a little bit, right? Let's zoom out a little bit. Let me see if I can bring something up here. Can I bring up Webull here? This is an easier way to bring stuff up here. So let's go over to Webull really quick. And this is a 30-minute chart, right? I want you to think about this in terms of if you're a big bank, right? And where are you bringing stuff, right? So what's your expectation, right? So we're coming into the first of the year down here, right? Let me change the color down here. And let's say you're a commercial trader, okay? You're a commercial trader, and you go long the market. So we blast up here, right? And what happens? We hit this top right here. Now we're coming into this monthly OPEX. And what do you see here? You see this like parking action. Does that make any sense? You're like getting your prints over here, and you're possibly even getting your prints over here, right? For this first month. Now this can go up, of course, right? We can go up there and tag that. We can go up there and tag that 48, that the new all-time high up here on SPX if you want to say, yeah, we can possibly do that too, Cap. But there's basically like a pinning action is my point in the market here. And we're kind of like, kind of dragging ass down here, right? So you come into the 17th. We know that the unclench happens as we get closer to the 17th. And then single tickers, these guys that bought down here, remember these guys, right? They bought this stuff and they're monetizing that trade, right? Right? And if you're a bull and you're like, well, where are these guys over here? These are real money buyers, right? This is real money. This is the market moving money. When you have real money buying and real money selling, they will overrun retailers, dealers, you name it, okay? They push the market around. When they're out of the market is free for retail traders, for dealers to move the market where they want it to move when they're no longer active, right, up in here, right? So you can kind of get some manipulation going on in here. Now, if you were these guys down here that were buying, where do you think they want to buy? If you were to speak to somebody with $1,000 in their bank, they're going to tell you, well, they bought here, Cap, and they're going to want to buy it right here. They're going to want to buy 4,800 and head higher. But that's not really the case. The case is they're going to buy this shit up here, get their print, and then look for a better price to buy, right? Buy that, right? For this next leg up. That's actually how the market moves. The market does not move straight up, does not move straight down, generally. Sometimes it does, but if you get a bank that's like, we're going to deleverage ourselves right now and every other bank's going to fall, sure, we can go straight to the bottom. But look at it from this perspective. A bank buys here. They get a print up here. Where do they want to buy their next buy? Up here? Likely not. They probably want to buy something down here again if they're still feeling a little frisky and bullish for more upside to come. Now, there is another problem here. That's the SPX. That's the SPX pin at 5,000, right? Everyone's like, well, we're going to go to that 5,000 now or not, right? Are we going to do it in the beginning and then roll down? Are we going to save it for the end and then roll up into 5,000? At least right now, from a historical perspective, let's look at that and see. Let's take a look at, let me see if I can bring that up for you right now. It was down earlier, I believe. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this up for you. Is it this one? Nope. Hold on. This one, maybe? This one. Is it this one? Here. So let's take a look at this really quick. This is my screener here for SPX seasonality, right?
CPC halts crude loading amid storm alerts.
And you can see the green line is actually how we're trading versus price in seasonality of SPX, right? You've got this nice little push up right here, right? We tagged that already. And then a consolidation phase down for the actual big move higher, right? So you got the initial buying by CTAs, fuck yeah, made some money, right? And then we're going to come back in here and grab a nice dip to make that next run up. Does that make sense? So you get the initial buy-in for the beginning of the quarter. They made some money. We pull back. Then we come back up here and have a kick-ass returns by some of these companies that are reporting. And then we have a seasonal low that we're looking for down below. Now, it doesn't mean we actually trade this. We can trade like an outsized down move, an outsized up move, that kind of stuff. But we still tend to follow that over time. Does that make sense? Even if this is a bloodbath, even if this isn't as high as we expected. So there is some expectation that we're somewhat going to follow this stuff. So right now, just looking at the chart for seasonality, we are in line. Do we have to follow this exactly? No, we don't. And if something like terrible happens, we start cutting rates and we're blasting down over there, sure. If sentiment becomes something where you just start grinding straight up over the year, everybody knows we're never going to cut rates, right? And we're just going to blast off. Sure, that can happen, but generally speaking, right now we're kind of following what the expectation was in here, right? You get this down movement right here. This is going to be about the 17th. That's tomorrow, right? A low, then another bump up, and then one more capitulation move down into the end of the month, into the 30th. Okay, so just kind of keep this in mind here, that this is potentially a similar path that we're going to run in these next few days. And you're likely going to see, I'm going to show you NDX as well in a moment here. I'm going to show you the NDX seasonality because it's a little bit cleaner, or it's a little bit more flat, a little bit more flat in here, and then you get your move. I made a proclamation to you last week. I said you're likely going to see bulls just bitch and moan for like 2 weeks, just whine, bitch and moan that it's going up. They might not see the downside move that the bears are expecting, and then eventually it moves and they go, "Look, I was right and you were wrong. The bears were wrong." But we're still in this phase. We're still in this like sideways and down phase. Let me see if I can bring up NDX here and just show you the same thing, right? So you've got NDX here, not really not performing, but then a squeeze towards the 17th or the 19th trading day of the year here for NDX. So we get the 19th trading day. Hold on, let's take a look at that. 19th trading day for NDX, we start to go up. So the 19th trading day for NDX is the 29th of January, okay? So this is the 29th of January. So you'd see NASDAQ outperform before you see SPX outperform. SPX might not be until the 30th where you get that push up higher. And you might not see like awesome sauce in NASDAQ, more consultative price action, right? So it's not necessarily super bearish, but it's also not necessarily bullish either for this next couple weeks. So if you are a bull out there, right? You're probably waiting to the end of the month to get a nice dip buy. Could you buy a dip right now? On an index level, probably. But on an individual ticker level, can you buy a dip right now? More than likely not. Right? You're seeing right now specifically Tesla getting whacked, right? So they're cutting some of these stocks for a dip buy down the road. So if you're a bull and you're trading individual tickers, you might be waiting to enter those closer to the end of the month. Make sense? And then if you are an index buyer, yeah, you could probably find any of these lows, and at some points in the month of February, middle of February, you're likely going to get a print on that trade. So the index probably not as worried, but like individual tickers, you could see that trimming of the wick on those tickers where it does matter, right? The index, you might not see it as glaring, but on the individual ticker side, it might be glaring where that dip buy is. For any of you that are trying to top tick and bottom tick, you're not a buyer here, are you, so far? We are following seasonality right now. Until we're proven wrong otherwise, we're basically following seasonality for this year, the expectations of what's going to happen this year based on rates and based upon the election season that we're in. So even this weakness right now that you're seeing, even in this moment, this weakness, is it really that doom and gloom? In my view, it isn't. And even my put spread is not like 460 or 450 or 430 or any kind of insanity like that, 4,200. Now, I'll say this too to you. If we have that dip buy and we do go up and slam into 48 or 5,000, what am I going to do then? I'm going to tell you to sell the fucking market, right? So if we follow that that seasonality, right? We have that nice dip buy. We can buy something. We head on up. We trade all-time highs on SPX or even 5,000. What am I going to tell you then? You know what I'm going to tell you, right? Sell the fucking market. That's what I'm going to, until proven otherwise, sell the fucking market. That put spread's not going to beat a 4,700. That put spread's probably going to beat a 4,300, 42 or 4,100 for a seasonal low, for an actual seasonal low in the middle of March. Now, if we do something wacky or crazy outside of the norm, sure, I'll do something different. I'll chase price anywhere. But at the same time, even this right now, when you're out there, if you're out there, bull, bear, I don't care, respect some of this to an extent until we start to do something different than we are acting right now. We are following some kind of a seasonal pattern right now. Do you guys disagree with this? Because the actual facts are stating that we're following that right now. You guys get what I'm saying, at least? I know that I know there's a lot of people out there that are fighting this, and it's been happening. So I don't know, are you all losing, or are you just like I got like bears out there on social media saying one thing, a bulls saying another thing, and yet we're just following this track pretty closely. It's not too far off, is it? It's not showing here that it is. Do you guys get that? So even this week, what are your expectations? Look yourself in a mirror this week and ask yourself, what are your expectations? Okay, if you like zoom out a little bit from a 1 minute chart, a 5 minute chart, even a 15-minute chart, just zoom back a little bit on a daily chart, and we're kind of looking, consolidative. That's what we're looking like right now. And until we see something different, that's what I'm going to call it as. Yeah, agreed. All right. So you guys are at least seeing what I'm seeing, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we can't trade out of that. I'm just saying that everything right now looks like it looks consolidative. It looks like we're not blasting through 4,800 at the moment. It doesn't look like we're crashing either, does it? Just looks like consolidation, parking the bus, so far at least, into the end of the month. Cool. I just want to make sure you guys are all same page so far. I wouldn't have high expectations for a crash, and I wouldn't have high expectations for 4,900 like this week or next week. It's possible. We get above 4,800. I'm with you. Well, I'll chase it with you. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you guys. I'd expect more of this, is my point. Expect more of this, like, grind bullshit sideways. Sell 4,800, buy 4,700, sell 4,800, sell 47, or even around there, 47.50. They know that they don't want us below this gamma flip, right? So 47.50, you buy a dip. 4,800, you sell the fucking rip. If we get underneath this gamma flip, and this is another point here to make to you. We've talked about this in the past as well. Even when we break below it, I'm going to show you this instance right here. We actually did break below the gamma flip, but we didn't confirm it, did we? That's like a rejection right here, another rejection right here, break down below the previous low. We always talk about that, right? It's not good enough that you break the gamma flip. You have to break it, reject, and then get underneath this prior low below the gamma flip to start to get your bear
ECB's
on.
Muller
Right? I'm a bear now.
Expectations
We're
for
selling every
2024
rip. But until that
ECB rate
happens,
cuts are aggressive, and
all
euro
this
area
action here
wage
just
growth
looks
is
like
not in line
consolidation.
with the inflation target.
So even myself, I've got put spreads here. I'm just looking to, if we trade 4,700 for a minute, I'm going to monetize it, and I'm out. I'm not bearish. I'd get more bearish if we started to reject that 4,700. But outside of that, not expecting too much here. And we're kind of following that right now. There's not much to say on that other than that. And it does make sense for Nvidia to be going up. I mean, you're monetizing individual tickers, right, into OPEX, right? So individual tickers, you're monetizing it, looking for a pullback. So let's say NVDA, they're monetizing their calls at NVDA. You know what happens, right? They have a pullback so they can re-enter again. So that doesn't shock me either. The rotation effect that's going on in individual tickers doesn't shock me either. Kamel. I love you, Kamel. I want you to know that. I was like, Kamel's always like Johnny on the spot in the comments. Okay, you guys all understand that? So not too much to look at here. If you're a bear, you really need to get underneath the, if you're like full bear, like full crash bear, unclenching, you got to get underneath that fucking 47.50. And then start rejecting it right there, like make it look bearish. Yeah, Haggerty knows. Haggerty's like ping pong, baby. It's like fucking Paris Hilton with the ping pong balls. Okay, that's all I got for you guys. I got to get back to a call really quick. I'll be back in a few moments. I know, dude. That's what I'm telling you. That's what when I read this shit from people, I'm like, should be easy peasy, easy peasy. Kamel, give me 5 minutes. As soon as I'm off this call, brother, I'll address it, my man. By the way, Kamel, yes, I do think it impacts, brother. I asked that question on Twitter a week ago, I think. Does anybody know what Kamel is asking about? Kamel wants to know if we're running QE in the background without telling anybody publicly. Kamel, that could introduce that straight line up, brother. That's that out. We'll talk about it more depth again later. Give me like 15 minutes, half an hour. We'll address QRA. If any of you guys don't know what Kamel's talking about, it's basically, are we running QE and are they going to make it or is it going to become more public? That would set up like a 2020 straight line, fucking straight up. We'll talk about that. That could impact sentiment as well.
Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility. So 65 counterparties. They're taking just $583.103 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So seeing the EIA's rig productivity report as they forecast a new well oil production per rig at 1,842 barrels per day for Bakken, which is up from the month ago report. That's 1,346 barrels per day for Permian, which is also up from the prior report, and 1,634 barrels per day for Eagle Ford, which is also up from the month ago report. We'll post the headlines of the full breakdown shortly.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, there. What do we have going on over here? Did I not put the? Oh, I muted her. So I've got a note here. Now this is not me, by the way, but just in here, I want you to see what this note says right here. It was emailed to me. It says Nomura strategist Charles McGilliot or McGilligot. I always pronounce his name wrong, but Charles McGilligot came up with a. I always want to call him McGilliot for some reason. Came up with a sort of interesting thesis today that could open the door for a massive bull run, and goes something like this. Number one, consensus expects a resumption of coupon issuance increases, potentially sending USTs lower, long end yields higher. Yellen disrupts that thinking by issuing less notes, more bills to help the Dems win the election. Number three, money market funds buy those bills versus keeping cash at RRP, which forces the Fed to end QT sooner than expected, which acts as a second round effect. 75 to 100 BPS in rate cuts stay in place to preempt the risk of a hard landing. This is where the key about this is, if you are going to not cut rates or cut rates, but end QT first, right? You'd first end QT. Then you would be allowed to do rate cuts, but not before ending QT. If you don't end QT and you do rate cuts, bad for the market. Okay. Now you get 75 to 100 BPS in rate cuts in place to preempt the risk of a hard landing. Deficit spending remains in place, and the result is that stocks go parabolic to the upside. Now this is like a very small potential of this happening. We're talking a very small percentage, like 15% chance of this happening, but it does rest upon the quarterly refunding announcement that's coming up in the end of January. I think it doesn't happen until February. I could be wrong on this. I thought someone on socials said January 29th, gave that as a date, but I think it's the first week of February. Now, this is the key point here. This is what Kamel was asking earlier. Is he here right now? So, Kamel, if you're out there, this is geared towards you. You want to know what that quarterly refunding announcement, or he asked about QRA earlier. I'm assuming this is the QRA that he was asking about. There's some other QRAs out there, but this is the one that we've discussed here in the show and on Twitter in the past. And this is the one where you really want to see if this takes place. Now, I don't have a hard date on when that data is released. I think it's first week of February. But someone on Twitter last week said the January 29th, we should get that data. Keep this in mind right here. Now, I wouldn't be trading on this, but it is this, like, if you were looking for rate cuts to be positive for the market, this would be a path to that. Even if they don't cut rates, just if they take this path, this would be bullish on the market. But the parabolic part could be the rate cuts as well. If you threw that in there, it would be insane. So think of it like this. If you want a simplified version of this, whenever they cut rates, usually markets are already blasting down. Then they announce rate cuts. Then they announce QE. So you're talking about doing this process in reverse, basically. You'd announce the end of QT. You'd introduce QE or admit to it. And then you would cut rates after, right? So you'd do this in a reverse order. Now, how much weight do I put on this happening? Not too much. But it is that I probably give it the same probability that I would give bears out there telling you the market is going to crash for all these economic reasons or macro reasons. And I'm just like, you're out of your fucking mind. We haven't done 2% yet. We haven't stopped raising rates. We haven't cut rates. Unemployment's not where it's supposed to be. Jobs isn't where it's supposed to be. We don't have any velocity in inflation right now. So all those, like, I need all those things to happen, or I need an event. I need an event. I need like something that's not literally not priced into the market. This would be one of those things. So we'll try to get I think this QRA though is happening in February. So I'll try to do a Google search and find out when it's going to take place. Now, if that does happen, if this were to set itself up, you're talking about violence to the upside, like straight violence. We'll have major pullbacks when things like this, what I'm showing you down here, happen. When stuff like this happens, you will still get corrective moves, but you're talking about something that might look like this, something like that, maybe another nice pullback, and then something like that, turning into something like this, just like violence and moves to the upside. You'll still get those corrections, but in no way, shape, or form does it look like this, right? Over time, it's like straight the fuck up into the end of the year, or even into March or something like that. So this is basically that right there. If they left rates on and didn't cut them into the end of the year, you should expect something like that right there. If at any point you see rate cuts, you're going to expect some blood down there or blood down here or blood down there without the QE and all that kind of stuff. So this is fascinating. It's still not proven yet. It's still not guaranteed yet. It's still not proven. There's no reason to trade this at this moment in any way, shape, or form. But it's there. It's something that not a lot of people, like, everybody talks about rate cuts and what they think the impact is, but not a lot of people are talking about that. So a few guys out there that I saw that were talking about it last week. But that's that QRA that Kamel was asking about. Yeah, so Kamel, that's what you're saying now. He's saying January 29th to the 31st. So if I would be very interested in that as well, Kamel. I am interested in what that news is as well. And as a matter of fact, how about this? The next couple seconds, let me look something up for you guys. I want to show you guys something else. I posted I made a post this weekend where I said QE. I titled the post QE, right? And it was the loaning of money to hedge funds from banks. And I'm going to try to find this for you right now. See if I can find this. And it was along that same the same thinking. So I can find this guy really quick here.
Hello, my
hold
name
on
is-
here. He made now this guy. I don't follow him. I don't know a lot about him. I'm gonna be fully honest with you. I don't know this guy. I'm not a longtime follower of his or anything like that. I can't vouch for him. I'm not saying he's a bad guy or whatever. I have no take on this guy. But this guy here, someone said, "Can you watch this video?" And I did. And I'm going to pull it up for you right now and see. I don't know when he made this video. Let me see if I can find it here. Do I have a history of watching this video here, or did I? Hold on. This might be it. I might have found it. Let me see. Give me a couple seconds. I'm going to watch this in the background here and see if I can check to see if this is right. The guy's name is George Gammon. I asked about him last week. I think he made a video. I don't know if this is the video or not. Let me see here. Now this guy does a lot of what looks like the Fed's stealth QE will trigger a stock market boom, fact or fiction. I think this is it. Don't hold me to this, but I think this is this guy's video. Now, whether it's happening or not happening, we don't know, of course. I'm going to post a link to it. Yeah, no worries, Shaq. I got you, brother. I'm going to post a link to the video, though. And I think this is where George Gammon at least explains stealth QE. Watch that video on your own time. And he talks about, I think it's this video. Can't hold me to this guy at all. I don't know what this guy is or isn't. But I believe that in that video he describes what happens with stealth QE. This is where prime banks, right? This is where federal banks, the Fed, loans money to prime banks. And then the prime banks loan this money to hedge funds rather than you and I. It's a way to have stealth QE. So where like money is running, or money is like fucking flowing everywhere, right? For everybody, and they institute some form of this QE in the background that they're not going to give to you, and they're not going to give to Tesla, let's say, although they do. All these companies still get loans. They take loans whether the rates are good or bad. We know that, right? Since 1978, you can check on the Fed funds or in the Fed's own website, and you can see that like loans to corporations stopped. And I believe in 1980 or so, companies continually take loans regardless of the rates involved on this track that's never gone down since like 1980. It's just like fucking loans. Nobody fucking cares. Like in a tightening cycle, traditionally the thesis is you cut off the free money supply to corporations and they die. But the fact is they just keep taking the fucking loans. They don't care if they're going to go bankrupt or not. Now there's this whole other thing where what they do is they do this stealth QE where they're funneling money to hedge funds to buy the market. So basically, the Fed is the Treasury Department's loaning cash to a hedge fund and saying, "Fuck yeah, here's free money. We're gonna funnel it through our bank to a prime bank, from a prime bank earmarked for you, and you can fucking party in the stock market with it." So you're enriching rich fat old white guys, and not necessarily you, late stage in the market. So there's a link to it. I think that's the video, although I might be wrong on it. And this guy, from what I'm looking at on his YouTube channel, it looks like he does a lot of stuff that may or may not come true, but he at least does a really good job of explaining the mechanics of these things to you. So take a peek at it, and maybe you can watch it. And it kind of lines up with that article that I posted to you over the weekend about there being there's money sloshing around. There is some QE going on that is not acknowledged by the general, or not acknowledged by most people out there. Yeah, exactly. Janet's going to pull it. We always talk about the Fed president, about Jerome, right? We don't do a lot of talking about what Yellen is doing in the background, do we? And she's the Treasury Department is like a hand-in-hand partner with this stuff. As a matter of fact, earlier in the program, someone brought up Bob Kendall. And I'm going to bring up something else here for you guys I want you to watch when you have a chance. And this is a fascinating interview. Now, what I find fascinating about this is that Bob Kendall did let me see if I can find it here. Bob Kendall did a interview with a friend of his who used to be a president of some big group. Let me see if I can find this here. Right here. I want you guys to also, definitely without a doubt, I want you to listen to this in your free time. So if you wanted the trifecta here, okay? If you want the trifecta here, here's the last link for you that I want you guys to consume. And this one here is not a video. It's just looks like a Twitter Spaces. Now, it looks like it's gotten, now it's had 3,000 views, but at the time it had no viewers. When he did this interview, nobody watched it. It was a Twitter Spaces conversation with Dr. James Baker. Now, when I tell you guys out there, hey, you should always follow Bob Kendall, and the guys like that won't be around anymore. You know, these guys were fucking major players back in the day. And now that these guys get older, they don't give a fuck anymore. They'll tell you the truth of what happens in the background. That's what I talk about Jimmy Jude, and I talk about Jem or Jedi Marcus, or even Victor Niederhofer, right? When you see Niederhofer out there talking on Twitter, you want to absorb what these guys are saying, because no one's really listening to these guys anymore. So these guys, because they're getting older, they're like, well, fuck it, I'll tell the truth, right? And they give you real insider insight into how our markets run in the background. That is not public. The human aspect to what you read sometimes in books, like past Fed chairs will come out and say, you know what, I'll tell you the truth. This is really what's going on. Hey, and by the way, I don't actually believe that any of the Fed tools really impacts inflation. I think we just time it to coincide with the natural flow of inflation, right? You'll find previous Fed presidents will say that too. So listen to that last program, because James Baker pretty much says, in my view, what James Baker says is the fucking fraud is so bad right now. Literally, the fraud is so bad that the Treasury Department is going to step in with stealth QE and just prop the fucking fraud up 100%, and that they have no choice in this. Like, they literally do not have a choice but to prop up the fraud as long as possible. They will do every single thing in their power to do it. Yeah, without a doubt. I want you guys to do that. On your own time tonight, watch that Gammon guy talk about the process of stealth QE. Listen to Baker and Bob Kendall talk about their experiences when they were important people in the market, when Baker was the guy. Like, Baker was a guy. He was like a fucking, like, one of the guys. Like, he'd be like, I don't know, like, you guys all look up to, like, Tom Lee's, and you guys look up to Bill Ackman's out there, and all these other, like, fixtures in our trading communities. But these guys, like, especially this Baker guy, he was like a president of some big shit back in the day. I'm telling you, if you listen to this Baker guy, he was like the guy at one time. He goes right through it, and you're just like, fuck me, we're all fucked. Like, so there you go. There's two things I want you to watch over. I still own RGF. I own RGF on an M&A, so I'm not selling RGF in any way, shape, or form. The owner keep buying it at $1.40, and then I keep watching that all of the insiders are buying it. So I'm looking for either a merger or some kind of a C-suite take the company private type thing. And if they do that, they're going to ramp the price on that ticker. I do own that ticker, by the way, and I'm not selling it until after Q1. If I'm going to cut losses on that trade, it's going to be after Q1. I'm looking for some news out of them. Let's see here. Get rid of all of that there. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm buying them based on an M&A, or if it's not an M&A that takes place, I'm assuming it's going to take place in Q1. And if it doesn't take place in Q1, the other aspect to this is if you got, I forget what it's called right now off the top of my head, but what'll happen sometimes is insiders will intentionally drive the price down as low as they can get it, and they start accumulating controlling shares to either take a company private. And as a matter of fact, one of the major stockholders of RGF came out a couple of weeks ago and was super pissed because all of the C-suite is buying up stock, and he thinks they're going to take it private. Sorry, Bork. Yeah. My fear here is that, I've got another problem too. When I told you guys about RGF, I don't want to get busted for insider trading, so I vow to hold this ticker regardless for Q1. So I'm on that trade for all of Q1. They look primed and ready for me. I love that company, by the way. Everything I've seen about that company is, except for the bad debt that they repackaged, but they have a way to pay it off in a path now, so I'm happy with it. And I'm really happy with them, all of their 13F shit. So, yeah, they're in Costco, dude. If you look at some of their all their news that's coming out, it looks to me like M&A, or it looks to me like they're going to take it private. I'll go with either. Either way, I should do quite well with the payoff on that. It's just a matter of holding. Yeah, you know what, Bork, I didn't do today. I wanted to get to.
Has fully anticipated retaliatory strikes from the Houthis.
I wanted to. I haven't had a chance to roll this segment yet, but I wanted to talk to people about earnings season. And when we're in earnings season too, it's a really good time to be looking for any companies selling off for possible dip buys as the season
Do you want to
ends.
stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of
All right,
news
I'm not
for
there
non-farm
yet in
payrolls?
running that
Then
segment,
sign
but
up today and get our
we need to
special
talk
offer
about
of
that.
FinancialJuice Pro for a
And like,
year's worth
so
of
you'll
our
likely
service
see
for the price
profit
of 1
taking
month.
on tickers
Save
that
92%.
ramp into their ER season. And then you're also looking for companies that are selling off deeply into their earnings season here. And specifically for myself, I'm trying to put some exposure into the market coming into March if possible. And so I'm using this ER season right now as a place to try to buy some dips out there. And Tesla is one of them. Tesla is a prime example of a ticker that I'm really interested in buying for the year, for this year. So, yeah, I want to see companies that are selling into their earnings hard and heavy the last year, if possible. If I've got a bunch of tickers, I've got a bunch of ETFs that are doing that right now, and maybe I can show that at some point. But I'm watching a bunch of different sectors to see if there's some good dip buys for the year. All right, trying to see what I can find here. Go to YouTube really quick. That halfback trade, you guys, I'm positioned pretty heavily to the downside here. I'm just looking for like 471, 470, and then close, and then looking to buy a dip down there. That's my whole plan here. Hey, what's going on, Shaq? Yeah, you guys are just buying the dip and selling the rip, right? The ping pong. I did have a question here. I for a moment I got scared, I'll be honest with you guys. For a moment today, specifically, I was like, should I just monetize these puts in case they do some stupid ass ramp into the 17th at like 4,800 or something? If that is actually where the pin is, you get like that, just ramp up and close at 4,800, and then I'm gonna get fucked on these puts, and I got a lot of money in that trade. So I'm concerned. I'll say that. I will say that to you guys. I do have them. I do have them until the 31st, so I left enough time on that we could still get a roll down that I could monetize, but I'm assuming that I'd have to hold them right to goddamn expiry, which I fucking hate when that happens on spreads. That shit pisses me off. Yeah, you guys are just watching a ping pong action here for OPEX. And you said that you guys have said something about Mr. Yen up here. So Mr. Yen's been on fire recently. He's been dropping bombs and stuff out there. I hope that's good. I like Mr. Yen. I spent a lot of time watching him for a couple years. I used to watch a lot of Thinkorswim, and then they pared back their coverage, and then I went to Mr. Yen for some period of time. And then Mr. Yen was getting really sick, so that's part of the reason we started this show, is because there wasn't anybody on every day consistently for cash market hours. Or what I would see on every day was like bros fist pumping, or I don't know, people dropping archaic non-positional information that didn't have anything to do with the price of trading the market on that day. Like, see, I want to fucking monetize this shit right now. I'm just gonna leave it on. I'm gonna stick with my thesis here. Yeah, my puts are doing really well right now, right where we are, right here. My puts are in really good shape right now. Hold on here. I have one of the associated producers are contacting me right now. Yeah, thanks, Binky. Thanks for the Bork, don't ever hesitate to text me, man. Don't ever hesitate to text me, brother, if you ever want to do produce, because you are the producer. So if you ever like want me to do something and I'm missing something, you're like, Captain, what the fuck are you doing? Cover this or deal with that or whatever. I will, brother. Let me see what I'm doing here. Yeah, you see that right there? That's the market right there. You see that? Like, that's the market right here, man. This is it right here. This is the real market right down here. And that's the floor. That's the rug. Trader TV, I don't know those guys. I don't watch a lot of YouTube anymore. I used to watch before I started streaming. I used to watch Bob Kendall was a matter of fact. He was my mentor for a period of time. Mr. Yen indirectly was a mentor of mine back in the day. I used to watch FX Evolution, and of course I watched figuring out money for a period of time. I would watch him. I don't have the time anymore in my day. I have to do my own research. And the other problem that I had was when I first started streaming, I would allow other takes to pollute my my theses and stuff. So I didn't want to do that to other people and be like, oh, I'm going to steal all their shit, or they're influencing what I see. So now I don't do any of that. Here and there, I will. Someone will be like, watch this or watch that. I do that. But I don't know who Trader TV is. I'll look them up right now. Here. I don't know who Trader TV is. Let me look them up. Don't know who they are. Trader TV. Don't know. Oh, you know, I do know. I do know. What do you call it? Who's the other one that I know? Shit. There's another guy out there who does the he's got like two Trading Fraternity. I used to watch that guy every once in a while too. Trading Fraternity I used to watch for like a daytime stream while I was trading. I watched him for a period of time too, but I've never watched this Trader TV. Don't know who they are. Never watched them. No idea. Let me see if see what they got here. Let me go to live right here. Yeah, the Schwab. What was it? Hold on here. Can I go back here? Wait a minute here. What's going on with these guys? Click on these guys here. Trader TV. Don't know anything about them. Are they live right now? Looks like they do. They got something 3 hours. How to trade momentum trading strategies from July 16th. So it looks like they were on this morning for 3 hours this morning. They were on. Yeah, I don't know who they are. Never watched them ever. Don't know anything about them. I'll watch them. Matter of fact, if I'm never not streaming, I will try to put them on and watch them. I'll put them in my. Let me save them to my bookmarks here, so I can watch those guys. What's the other thing that I've watched before? There's a guy on Twitch that I watched once. There's a guy that does a live stream on Twitch, and he looks like he's standing up behind a desk. He's got a bunch of stuff on his screen. I don't know who he is either. I don't know his name, but I did watch him once. Someone said, hey, there's a guy on Twitch that's been doing it for a long time. You should check him out. So I did check that guy out. He seemed pretty cool, too. I don't know. He's the number one financial streamer on Twitch. I don't know what his name is. I can look him up, I guess. Who I think Winky recommended that I watch his show, so I did watch him one morning. I don't know what his name is. On all honesty, let me see. Let me see if I can find him. Twitch. I'll look him up. Twitch. What What would you call him? Stock show, maybe? Let me see if I can find who this guy is. He like stands up. It's like he's like standing to the left of his screen or something. I don't know who he is. I don't see him here in this list. I don't see his picture here. I'll have to find out who he is. Now I'll email Winky. I still talk to Winky, so I'll email him and see what he says. Is that him, Jay Arlington? Is that he's usually screaming? He's usually like, I don't want to say he looks like he's on drugs because he just I think he said he had kids or something too, or a wife and kids. It looked like he just hasn't slept, like he's being dragged around by his family or something. But I will watch Trader TV, and I'll try to find out who that guy is. And maybe it is Jay Arlington. I'm not sure if that is him. Can I look at who? Oh, so it's not? Okay, so it's not Jay Arlington. Okay, it might not be. I don't know if it's him or not. This guy, like, he looks like he's sweating, and he's, like, disheveled, and he's, like, he looks like Jim Cramer or something. Or not, doesn't look like Jim Cramer, but he's, like, always, like, very, very active. He's been on CNBC, too. I think he's been on CNBC a couple times from, like, a retail trader's perspective or something. The stock guy, I don't know. I'll have to look him up. I'll ask Winky and see what Winky said. Who Winky says he is. Oh, look at that! Doom and gloom going on right now, boys and girls. There's your S3 right over there. Don't tease me with a good time, Spoos. Don't tease me with a good time. Hold on, I got to tell Joe. I think Joe's in this trade with me. Hold on a second. I got to tell him to get ready to monetize. Hold on a second here. Open your spreads, bro. We might get a print. Don't dick tease me. I went skiing this weekend. What did I notice skiing? The resorts weren't as busy as I expected. So I ski regularly. They were busy, but they weren't as busy as I expect. They were crazy busy. But they weren't busy like they were. Not like last winter, not like the winter before. But they weren't dead either. What else did I notice? What else did I notice? I always try to notice things. The people were spending money in the lodges, which was nice to see. So people still have money to blow and spend. What else? Hold on, you guys are asking about some stuff here. Hold on. AAP. I'll look at AAP. What was the other one I said I would look at? There was somebody asked for something else. What were they asking for? Joe, you watching? Oh, here comes Joe in the house right now. It was Walmart. Okay, yeah. Walmart. WMT. We'll look at two of those really. Let me do that on the side here. I got you. It's Walmart. I got you. Anita Max Win 1. What's going on, Anita Max Win 1? First time chatter. Welcome to the show. Look at it. I know. Joe Donut and I are like, fucking make the market burn, right? But then you're like, well, how much do you want it to burn? Not that low, just like 470. I just want to print 470 so we can go up to whatever you want. Right? I want it to burn. like your local bear on FinTwit. You're like, dude, that guy's really bearish right now. Where do you want it to burn to? Just 470. Then it'll flatten out and join you. Yeah, I know. Just a small trash can fire. I don't want actual burning. I'm still a bull. I just want this fucking thing to print. This is it right here's the gamma flip right here. 47. The low on SPX there was 475289. Let me draw a little line in here. Can we touch it at least? 4750. Just give me 4750. These fucking algos coming down here to touch the bulls. Touch the bulls where it hurts. Does it hurt over here, bull? Does it hurt when I touch you here? Oh, here we go. Here comes the anal probe. Here comes the bull anal probe. Just down there to touch it. Just touch it. Oh, yeah, baby. Sir, if you could just take a seat over there on the couch and just roll over a little bit there. Pull your pants down gently. No, sir, I don't need them around your ankles. Just below the butt cleft. There you go. Nurse Bob, can you grab me a pair of gloves? And can you bring me the warm jelly? We need the lube right now. We're going lube right now. It's just probing. It's making sure we ain't got no cliffhangers or anything up in there. Just breathe in a little bit. Yeah, it's not that we don't want to invite them. They just never bring their own blow. Would it be too much to ask? Oh yeah, you guys want to see the oh, you guys want to see that? Hold on here. So the deal with this will be this, okay? I can't get you the gamma information until 9:30 a.m. It's the cleanest data. It's like 9 to 9:30 in the morning. Right before the market opens is when that data is cleanest. So the problem is you got all this like 0-8 shit during the day. Then you have a bunch of shit that's coming on and coming off the market at the end of the day. So like the cleanest data is usually about 8:30 in the morning till about 9:30 in the morning. So what will happen though is you are going to get that data from me on the website. Once we truly launch, you're going to get that stuff every morning from me. Every single morning you'll get it. So every single morning, you're going to get it every single morning from me. That's a good question, by the way. If you guys want, here, let me delete this right here. You guys want to snap this for the day? Hold on a second here. Can I, oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, here for, let me see if I can get this for you guys really quick. So here's the gamma flip right here. You want to see it? So down, see that line right there? This is the gamma flip right here. Joe, if you want to monetize, this is one of those times, brother. Oh, yeah, baby. Testing the gamma flip right now as we speak on SPX. Oh, yeah. Oh! Blood in the marketplace right now. Blood in the marketplace. Oh! Ooh. Humada. Ooh. 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 Touch the gamma flip. Ooh. 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 Oh, yeah. Ooh. Not so bad, right? The lube was warm. The lube was warm. Wasn't so bad. Ooh. 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 Oof. Oh, yeah. Oh, doesn't feel so bad, does it, Bulls? Oh. Ooh. Next gamma level. Do you want to know where that is? 4720. Snap a line on 4720. 4720 and SPX. Testing gamma flip. Oh, yeah. $47.20, 4720. Humada. What am I looking for here, Cap, before I go long? I want to close these put spreads. I'd really like to close. Where I want to close them is because I can't make any more money off them. To be honest, not like what I want to do is close. There's two places I'm looking at. So 30-minute chart here. I'm looking to close. I'm looking for a close right here. Okay. So right there, monetize these puts. Now, if we continue down and we start to reject this gamma flip, so here, so I want to monetize this right here, okay? Now, if we do reject and begin to head lower, that wouldn't be like that. It would be more like this. Ah, shit, hold on. Now, I want to monetize this breach of the gamma flip, right? It's 47170-ish, somewhere in there. I want to monetize those put spreads. But if we do begin to reject and make a line for this down here, I'd be interested in that part of the trade right there, taking some more like aggressive downside action down here to 4,600. But for right now, we're pretty close to where I want to be. I mean, this is where, so we bought put spreads right here, and this is pretty good down here, right? It's pretty good fucking trade. Now, if there's a little extra down here, that'd be kind of nice, right? V-shaped over there.
The Dow Jones down by 1%.
So we're getting close, Joe. If you're looking to take the money and run, this is your first stop, brother. This is the first target here. Oh, it does say gamma flip there. Okay, we can get rid of that. So, Joe, if you want to monetize here, man, I don't blame you. Or take some off and then hold some down here for this S3 down below. Wait a minute, what I missed something here. What you looking for here, Cap, before you go long? What I mean is gamma flip is a great place for reversal. What candle pattern would you want to see here before you started getting bullish? Okay, so before I started getting bullish here. So on this gamma flip, okay, I don't care. I don't care if the blood is to here. I don't care if it's to here. I don't care if it's down here. What I care about is if it rejects. So the initial move down on the gamma flip, I don't care about. I care about a rejection here. So that would be something like we get down whatever, and then we start to reject. If that starts to happen, I'm pretty fucking bearish with that action like this. Now, to get long here on the initial move down, I'm still bullish here. So I'm looking to buy a dip. Now, right now, the 1 and 5 minute are pretty vertical here, so I'm not trying to buy a dip here right now. Get some flattening going on the hourly trigger. I'd be looking for a reversal of the 1 and 5 minute like this. Something like that. And I'd want to see a bull cross on a 1 and 5 minute basis. I want to see this actual action right here. And I would like to see price above and back testing to get long again. Something like this. Something like this. Still not long. Still not long. Want to watch this. Bing, bing. Right? Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. And then something to write about there. If that gets bought somewhere in here, I'd probably take that trade. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to take that trade, and I'd probably take that trade. But truthfully, you need to be above the hourly trigger and back test. Somewhere up here is the safest trade. Somewhere up there is the actual safest trade right there to get long. But there's some stages here if you're going to buy a dip. Oh, yeah, that's good, huh? Oh, yeah. 473.07. Oh, yeah, just give me 470 now. Now I'm getting greedy. Oh, my camera's not on, huh? Shit. Sorry about that, boys and girls. Oh, yeah, we're just getting started here. Look at that. It's beautiful. If you are a bull, you're looking to sell the hourly trigger. You already know the half-hour trigger. Not seeing that chasing going on just yet. Not seeing the half hour or the hour making big moves down. We'll see if this holds here. Yeah, Joe, you're exiting here. Hourly trigger is important for trend up or down. We sell the hourly trigger when we're below it. When we're above it, we buy the hourly trigger. Right now, we are in negativity. So any successful back test of the hourly trigger on the up or down side leads to more up or down side. Any break of the hourly trigger to the downside or the upside does not necessarily correlate to more downside or more upside to come. So if we squeeze below the hourly trigger or squeeze above the hourly trigger, I want to see confirmation on a back test first before we begin to make our way lower or higher. Also, if we spend a lot of time on the hourly trigger, it can lead to big downside moves and big upside moves, depending upon if we're above it or below it. And right now, or not right now, but oftentimes, if we have aggressive move going higher off the hourly trigger, that always comes back. A lot of 80% of the time, it comes back. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's very rare. So major squeezes as we encounter the hourly trigger typically come back. That's up and down. And then I would also have a look back period over about 3 hours to see if we're bearish on that look back period or bullish on that look back period. S2 violated, as people like to say. Is that bearish? It's the start of bearishness, but no confirmation yet. We do have a cross of the half-hour trigger below the hourly trigger. That is bearish as well. And right now, for the aggressiveness of this 1 minute trigger, if this holds, we should see more downside to come. So no bullish reversal here yet. If I see a bullish reversal, I'll let you know. As of right now, don't see one. Yes, the more we backtest it, absolutely. Absolutely. So as a matter of fact, right here, so you can already see we're selling off the half-hour trigger. As of right now, I'd be expecting, even if we squeeze up here, we're going to sell back down here again and possibly get an even lower low here. But I'm not seeing an aggressive move down. So let's look at the trigger screen really quick. Let's move it to a 30-minute basis. You know, you're seeing right now, right? There's a lot of shit on the screen. It shouldn't be like this, but it's because I'm trading it. But you see how we're above the hourly trigger. We're just testing it. Yeah, where everything's awesome. Fail this one. Losing, and also the see the aggressiveness of the hourly trigger. See how it's flattening right here. Then we're starting to see some downward action in this hourly trigger. So it's getting a little bearish here. You know, looking for a little bit of a pull to the downside. I'd really like to see price above and the hourly trigger begin to turn up a little bit to begin to get long again. And I've got some targets to the downside. So I'm still a little bearish here. Now, there's one thing to be said, which is that gamma flip, right? It's probably the bottom-ish. So if we could, I'm just looking for an extension down here, scare the bulls, and then we're off and running back to the upside. Good job, Bears. Nice little pull up on this gamma flip here. SQ or Qs still haven't hit their gamma flip yet. Doesn't look like they have yet. Yeah, Chase just said what matters is tomorrow and the rest of the week, whether it's down hard or just chops into the end of the month. I'm with you on that, Chase. I'm with you on that, man. My thesis is more on the chop side for now. Hey, what's going on, Flama Blanca? What's up, baby? What's going on, brother? Max Payne would be an absurd pump only to dump it later this week into the end of the month. Continuation sideways chop. I agree with that. Yeah, Quinn, or Chase, I've got one problem here for myself, which is I'm afraid of that. I'm scared of like that rip into 4,800 for tomorrow and then the bleed down into the 31st. I'm with you on all this, Chase. I'm with you on this, brother. How does it feel monetizing there, Joe? Does it feel good? Taking some money off the table, monetizing, making some cash. Front row Alpine, baby. Front row Alpine. Say my name. Front row Alpine. How do you get velocity? $20 a month, $25 a month. All right, so I'll be back with you guys in just a minute here. If you are looking for more sell action, I'm going to show it to you right now, okay? If you're a bear and you're looking for more downside to come, check that 5-minute. And look for some more downside. Let's look for some previous lows and see what we got here. Right down there. So if you are bearish, right down there is what you're looking for. Make this yellow, I guess, because I got a bunch of shit going on here. I gotta make one quick phone call here. I'll be right back with you guys. That easier to see right there? It's not just that either. Front row, like, it's not. It's like gamma, dude. You know what the thing about gamma is? Who do you trust matters more. Right? Like, you just get a. If I give you gamma tools, it doesn't mean shit, does it? Yeah. You want to trust the person that you're talking to, right? That matters. I think that matters and stuff. Oh, hold on here.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Or what's trend here? Maybe I should clean this up a little bit. Did I get that last? It's right there. Something like that. Something like that right there. Does that help a bear out maybe? This is the prior low that we had, so somewhere down in there. If you're a bear, there's your 5-minute check back right there.
Settle at $2.66 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.12 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at $2.90.
I got you. I got your front row, brother. Oh, I got you.
NYMEX WTI crude February futures settle at $72.40 a barrel. That's 28 cents or 0.39%.
So Chase is saying what I'm saying. Chase knows this too. Bears need some real blood. The slow grind down will eventually lead to a rally in February. 1,000% Chase. I concur. 1,000%, brother. If we do the slow grind down, we're going to get a fucking major ramp, Brosif, into February. 100%. We were showing that on that seasonality chart. If we maintain like we go down here, but not to where we trigger commercials traders to sell, we're good. We're good, right? Bulls are good. If they can't trigger institutional selling with price, we are going to see them stay long and the market go higher, right? I agree with you on that, Chase. Chase making some good comments here right now in the YouTube chat here. 100% Chase. All of what you just made here, bro. 100% agree with you. 100%, brother. All right, I'll be right back with you guys.
Brent crude futures settle at $78.29 a barrel. That's up 14 cents or 0.18%.
Oh, what's going on right here? Are they going to be able to roll this or not? Is this all the downside to come here? Do we get the roll or not here? Or do we blast right back up to the hourly trigger? Looks like a nice V shape down here in the intraday. See what I can see here. All right, we're gonna look at. Let me look at AAP. Hold on here. Back and play this, and I'm gonna work on AAP and WMT for you. What is that? Advanced Auto Parts. How about SDOW? All right, let's go back to one page layout. Let's look at AAP. Advanced Auto Parts. Let's see what we can see here. 30-minute basis, Advanced Auto Parts. Ooh. Juicy.
NVIDIA shares bucking today's downtrend thanks to a bullish note from KeyBank despite looming export control threats. Christina Partsinevelos has more. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Contessa. Well, let's start with those threats. Chinese military and Chinese state researchers have reportedly purchased NVIDIA AI chips despite a U.S. ban, this according to Reuters. Separately, the Financial Times reporting that because of those same U.S. export bans that have been put in place since 2022, Chinese companies are resorting to stripping NVIDIA gaming chips down to their actual core components before being installed on new circuit boards. Both of these examples showcase how China is using workarounds to tackle their lack of high-end AI chips and actually highlights a looming risk for NVIDIA. Further export controls from the U.S., especially since 20.
All right, we're going to switch over quickly here, and we're going to look at a ticker. This ticker looks great, by the way. So we're going to switch over. Whoever requested these two tickers earlier, thanks for giving a shout-out on these. So this is Advanced Auto Parts here, and I'm on a daily chart right now with Advanced Auto Parts. This is way back here in 2013, 2012, 2010. Just trying to take a look back here in time and see when it opened. What I like to see a lot of times, so going back from COVID, right? This COVID run on every ticker out there. This trade here, I always like to see that trade go away. This is the COVID trade, okay? And whenever I see a ticker, this is beginning back in December of 2020. Did they roll over and did we get rid of the spec growth and all that kind of stuff? And then Advanced Auto Parts, kind of the same thing here. Now, they had some continuation because of what? People were still doing their own repairs. And this trade has now come back and has healed, which I like. But what I also want to show you about this is down below here. And what I really like about this ticker is the series of higher lows on the weekly, and then the maxing out here on the monthly negative velocity, kind of peaking out here. And then quarterly velocity coming up a little bit too. So all this looks great. This is what you want to see for a major buy on a ticker. This is wonderful. I like this. Now, so this is a good sign here to begin. Okay, And then we're going to also look at the 30-minute chart here. And another, what I like but don't like is the daily velocity. So a couple things here would be, I do like all of this work here that's been done. I always like seeing this like sideways capitulation, but then more sideways. The more time we spend flat, the better off we are. Price is below the daily trigger, but it's trying to break above it. The weekly trigger is also flattening right now. Do you see it? Like you have a stiff vertical and then a little bit of movement sideways. Now, we also now have price above the daily trigger. That's positive. Okay. Now we're still negative because the monthly trigger is way up here somewhere. But this is all very productive. Now, saying that, the daily velocity, right, can actually stay bullish longer than you'd expect. So this isn't necessarily a sell signal on Velo, though we could get a little bit of a sell here. It's at plus 30 right now. But regardless, this is a nice ticker to be considering a move higher. And not only a move higher, but a target of 100 and I'd say $100 in the next couple months, somewhere in here, as a target, right? So you figure this could take a month or two, like 1 month right there, another month right there, 3 months right there, something up in here. I think that's kind of conservative and reasonable. Now, there's a problem here, and that is that we're not above the weekly trigger. And daily Velo is still a little hot right now, and we've got a lower high on daily Velo as well, or it looks like it's even Steven. So there could be a back test still here to contend with. But being net positive here, just at home, you can probably just tag this here and be looking for an entry. So if let's say it does go down here, be looking for that entry to fight all of this stuff up here, okay? So if you have a chance, snap a line at home, right-click this line and add an alert, right? You can right-click it, add an alert to trend line. And you can do like crossing trend line to the downside or whatever you want to do, or getting near, or even raise this trend line slightly, like right here, so that it'll give you a forewarning that you're heading down into it. But even so, as long as we stay on trend here, I'm pretty fucking bullish on it. And if we break above, let's say we don't come down, we just break above here, right? Let's move this down. Still pretty bullish here. So let's see what we took out. We took out this one already. So your next one is going to be somewhere above. So your next upside target is $72 in here. 1, 2, and 3, big push. 1, 2, or 1, 2, and 3 maybe, and that would be your next one right there. And I think this one actually comes up, and that's where you're going to start to get your consolidation is in here. And you're finally going to get that there. I like that too right there. And that's where the big bad boys come in, right? Something like this here. And this is the juice over here. This is gorgeous. There ain't shit there, is there? And that's where it is right there. And maybe, or the cool part would be, cool part about this is, here's your red right here. This is the one where you want to say, we're gonna sell there, right? But there's a killer here. Not a killer, but a bull. Something here for the bulls. You figure if the if the monthly trigger is coming down, make that blue. That 3, make that a line here. If price can jump back above up here, right? And you get that daily trigger up in here, right? So you get this nice huge squeeze up here. Then you're coming back down to consolidate, and you can start to do this stuff. It's going to be kind of insane. So I'm kind of looking for this huge squeeze up in here. I don't know if that comes back down, but then this consolidation range is going to be huge in here. But this one right here, this is sometime out in late summer. Now we probably have a roll coming down for September in here, and then a push up higher in the end of the year, which would propel us quite high. Let me take a look back here and see. 150 end of the year target. Right there. Just a move. Oof. So there you go if you want to see it. I'm bullish as all hell on AAP. By the way, we're squeezing up right now? No, not quite yet. I'm pretty fucking bullish here on advanced auto parts. 150 by end of year, possibly. I'm trying to be conservative here. 110 for a summer run, 120 for a target for a summer run. A September rollover, and then a target of 150 into end of year on AAP. Now, remember this 6604 down here. If we get above the 66, this could happen quicker than sooner. So let's say you squeeze above the weekly. If you can get that daily to come up, we can go straight up right here too. So be looking for that. Any back check successful on a weekly and daily cross, only when the cross happens, can be explosive. Let me see here. Where's my drawn shit over here? And the initial move can be explosive too, okay? But this cross right here is going to be key. So if you get this cross up here, and you get this cross right here, and you get price, this price will explode like boom. Come back down. You could hit like that $80 like it's nobody's business, but that back check would be a confirmation of like buy the fucking dip and just ride it. Own the underlying and ride it up. This squeeze is nice for options, but for owning the stock, I like it. I like the stock even right here. I like it. As long as you don't break trend and start rejecting like something like this and then break this shit back here. I'm a bull here on AAP. Good shout out whoever called AAP. I like the stock a lot. If you want to know, I really do like the stock a lot. I love it a lot. It's a good stock. A little bit of a reversal here, but Bear's not getting it right now. You can see right here that the Bulls are taking this over. Bear's unable to get back underneath right here. This is not a good look for Bears. I would expect another move up into this half-hour trigger. So Bulls in charge currently intraday. Let's see if they can hold on to it. The Bulls can hold on to it here. I'll look at WMT next. In the background here. AAP, love it. Love the stock. Love it. Love everything about it. I love everything about AAP. If there was like a bull setup, I love it. I don't know how long it takes for it to break above here, but if you get a deal at $50, $52, where like the market is bleeding, take it. Or not financial advice. That's what I would do. Walmart. It looks like garbage. It doesn't look like garbage. My question would be, what are you in for on Walmart? Dividends? Are you in for what do you like? What do you like Walmart for? Are you selling puts against it? I like that idea. There's some sellers up here. They don't like you, do they? Do you want me to do this with you? Oh yeah, baby, come on down. Come on down. Let's look at Walmart really quick. Let's take a look at Walmart as let's do a team as Walmart, okay? Because let me show you a ticker that doesn't look like AAP, and that's Walmart. I mean, you can see they're selling into you, right? Reminds me a lot of Amazon. Now, saying that about Amazon, another thing that Amazon does is it'll trade a range and then auto trade a new range. This is a benefit for Walmart. This looks like Amazon to me. And what happens with these tickers is you spend a lot of fucking time on a level, then they move you up, and then they trade that level. Even if we come down, they come back up and trade it again. Now we have that explosive move here. Right? But then this consolidation phase. This is like your local financial advisor office. We bought the dip, then we sold it. Then we bought the dip, then we sold it. Then we bought the dip, we sold it. We bought dip. This is like a wet dream for like your local your local office, right? Just works and works and works. Now there is a little bit of a difference here, right? You've got looks like like Walmart's trying to trade a new range, right? They sold you down right here, then they bought it again immediately. They bought it again immediately here. That's unusual. Unusual. All this kind of stuff right here. They're trying to it looks to me like they're trying to reprice Walmart higher. So that's a positive for you. Now, on a daily basis, there is something to watch here. And what I don't like about Walmart here is this right here. I don't like seeing this quarterly velocity maxing out. I don't like seeing the... Who's calling me right now? I don't like seeing... let me get this right here going for you. I don't like seeing monthly velocity going down while price really hasn't. There is some of this down here, I guess, could be associated with it. There is a slight rise over here for this stuff over here. And I don't like seeing this weekly so high. Because if we come back down over here, you can see some real fucking blood like this stuff over here, okay? You see that? You're seeing that happen right there. You're seeing this peaking out right here. And then it comes down there. You know, like there's a part here. This is 2016. Let's go back and look and see what happened in 2016. And you see that right there, this like capitulate. See how this looks familiar? Looks familiar, right? Doesn't that look familiar to you? It looks kind of similar, doesn't it? Trying to break up, but then we come straight back down and it's a bloodbath, right? Something similar going on over here, right? See it? So yeah, you might have some bullishness, but then the result is this looks like exit liquidity for Walmart, and then a bloodbath, straight violent bloodbath to the downside. So, what are my expectations on what's my expectations here on 117? They bought the dip on 117, trading 160. What is that, 240 or so? I'm assuming that's your expectation. We're going to trade 240 or something like that, or at least 220, right? You got, what was the dip buy down here? 117, 240. That's what I'm assuming. You think we're gonna trade that before whatever that roll is. That's possible. It's possible we could trade that. You know that you got the 200 up there. That's going to be a problem. Not a problem, but that's going to be an auto sell no matter what. Right there. Let's look on the 30-minute chart. It's not as nice as AAP. I'll be honest with you. It's not as nice. I would say this. You can keep trading new highs. This is a 30-minute chart right here. It's bullish right now. Walmart is bullish right now. It's above its hourly trigger. On an intraday basis, I'm not anti. You can tell there's sellers here. We already know that, right? You can already see that, right? They stepped right in like sell here, big sell in here. They're telling you, fuck you, no, we're not going up there. You're able to get a new high right here, and you're kind of grinding, looking to trade that right there. If you're trying to target 200 and 240, I would say to you that you have to. You don't have a choice. You have to trade on this trend. You have to trade this right here. Even if it sells off, you need to trade that to stay alive. I think you actually fail this. One, three. There is some concern here that you're not going to get it, though. At any rate, if you do, yeah, it's right back down there. There's that 200. I don't know why it's not showing up on this 30-minute, but it's possible you keep grinding this up. You're above the hourly trigger. You're above the weekly trigger. This is all positive. 2025. Well, I'd be really concerned here in 2026 of a major fucking roll. I don't know where this top is. I don't know if I don't know if you're going to make that run at 200, 240. Whatever that run is, though, is going to result in a major bloodbath, in my view. Walmart's going to have a crash. I just don't know when it takes place. I don't know if it's now. I don't know if it's later. I'm going to give you a warning, though, that in my view, find out what happened in 2016. Let me unmute my thing here. What I would say to you is this. If you're a Walmart trader, find out what happened. I'll even give you a date. Find out what happened in I'm trying to think of what it was that happened, but let me find out. Let's look it up right now. We'll look it up together. January 13th, 2015. January 15th, 2015. Find out what happened to Walmart specifically. I see something like that happening again. I don't like this right here. I don't like that. I don't like that fucking selling on the November 15th. I don't care what it was, earnings, some kind of news. I probably see something similar happening again. Yeah, it's tough here on Walmart's a weird one. You want a target to buy it at on trend, 155. Your next buy on it is 155, maybe 156, 93, 155, 153, 96. So I can clean this up a little bit. I'm bullish midterm on Walmart, but it looks like exit liquidity, and I don't know the reason for it. Yeah, so I would wait too. When we get to 155 on Walmart, then decide if you want to take a trade on Walmart. I think there's better tickers out there, I'll be honest. Just looking at it, like looking at this versus AAP, I'd pick AAP all day long and not I would pick AAP all day long over Walmart. And I don't know what that news is going to be, but there will be news. There'll be something. Walmart has in its future some bad news coming, and I don't know what it is. Downside target on that would be what? I didn't have a downside target on that. Or when it comes, you could get hold on a second here. It would be like 200 down to, but you'd be shorting it from like 200. But what would I be looking for on WMT? Let's say it trades $200, 240. Uh, 86. $100. Now I'm gonna put it at a firm 100. It's a pretty big drop, but I don't think it's here or there. I don't think we're there right now. This looks like extra liquidity for this ticker. That needs time to play out. Nothing actionable that I can see. Is there something that I don't know about Walmart? Maybe one of you guys that follows it more closely. If you're in Walmart long term and we get that thing that happens in the marketplace, get the fuck on out of Walmart. I'd be selling. I'd be a seller in a big way. Yeah, I'd like to own Walmart at like $100, $85. I don't know if that pisses off a bull out there, but we have to talk about Tesla too. They have a gap that still isn't filled at 96, and they have a gap at $66 or something like that. It's like I don't know the exact numbers. I'll have to look at them, but there's some pretty big gaps for Tesla to fill to the downside still unfilled. Yeah, there's a prime example too. Costco. Any of you guys remember? Someone said it on Twitter this week, and I was like, oh, I forgot all about that. There was like a whole Costco gang. They got fucking annihilated. You guys remember that shit? Like there was like a long-term year over year. Like Costco was the shit. Oh, I think it was Jedi Marcus mentioned something, and I was like, yeah, I remember those days. And they got fucking annihilated. I think Walmart's in a similar predicament. It's like that ramp, like one more exit liquidity ramp, and then fucking destroy. There's definitely an exit here somewhere for Walmart, and I don't know what the reasoning is. If Tesla dropped that much, I think that's easy. I think Tesla can easily. You got to remember stock splits, right? You guys understand that, or whenever someone says that too, I realize that they haven't been in Tesla for a long time. Tesla going to 60 or $90 is not cheap at all. Not cheap. Tesla's split so many times. 60 to $90 is easy. No, easy. Anyone that tells you that it's not easy to hit 60 or 90 at Tesla is out of their fucking minds. So just beware that there are people in Tesla that split so many fucking times. They are so up on you, maybe. You know, you might have only bought Tesla for the first time. Let's say at $100, you're like, I just got it at $100, right? On their last capitulation. Tesla going down to like $60, $90. Easy. Easy. Not even a blink of the eye could be done. It's all those splits. Oh, yeah. Its outsized effect on other EV stocks. No, I think Tesla can trade just on its own. Tesla can do its own. We've seen Tesla trade on its own how many times? I think that's an easy thing for Tesla to do. I'm on board, and I don't think it impacts Rivian and like you think it does. I like those kind of moves. Tesla, I wouldn't even blink and see Tesla wake up one morning. If I saw Tesla at $90, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at $60. I wouldn't even blink. I'd be like, oh, that looks normal to me. It's looking good here, looking bullish. You guys getting good action here on this. All looks really beautiful here. It's looking good. See if you can keep it up. Walmart, exit liquidity, surely. Tesla, it does impact other EV stocks, but not like quite like you think. Tesla can make some really nasty fucking violent moves where it does trade outside of everything else. Or in my experience, it can. I know they have outside effects on other EV companies, but not quite like what their impact is in themselves. There's a moment where Tesla can trade right against everything out there. We've seen it, right? Past few weeks, we've seen it. Tesla didn't join in the party with anything else. Everyone's angry about it, and I'm like, why are you angry? Like, we still have gap. Should we look for the gaps right now? You want to go look for them with me? Let's go look at them. I'm interested in looking at them. Let's look at Tesla on a daily chart. See if we can find them. Like gaps, Tesla is not closed yet. There we go, right there. Here's a giant fucker right here. That one has not been closed. And here's the last bad boy right here. There's one left down here. You got one right here. I mean, even if it takes years, there's another one down here. Little tiny one right there. And there's a little itty bitty one right here. Look at how low this is. Can you imagine Tesla at $20? Can you imagine $20 on Tesla? I mean, look at all these gaps here that haven't been filled. They're tiny, but they're there. And this is really what I was thinking about Elon. When Elon's out there talking to you about, and let me go over here for a minute. Trigger full screen, okay? So let's just take a look at Tesla here, right? That's the biggest offender right there. And look what it's coming into right now. It's coming into its quarterly trigger, right? It's 6-month trigger down here. So, I mean, let me ask you that question as a bull. Let me ask you that question. If you had something like this, right? And all of a sudden the board approves Elon to take on 100,000 shares, right? Wouldn't that be, by the time that happened, you're down there, and there you go, right? You close the gap, the real true gap down there. You're off and running. You know, Elon gets a million shares, and he's what has he done at that point? He's bought Twitter, right? He's effectively bought Twitter, and he's now at where he wants to be with Tesla. So whenever I say things like whenever I see like what Elon was doing, my biggest thought to Elon is when Elon was coming out and saying this weekend, I was like, he fucking thinks the fucking stock's going to fucking $60, $80. Someone's told him that, and he's gauging other investors, smart people smarter than me, people with more inside information than me. And he's probably got somebody out there, an insider, telling him, hey, start this process now, so that by the time we get there, you're buying Tesla like here, or they're giving you Tesla way down there. So yeah, I think $80 or $90, wouldn't even blink if that happened. And you could even say to yourself, he could buy it down there, right? I mean, think about it from this perspective, right? Look at it from this perspective. You finally say yes to Elon. He gets his stock options, right, or his shares. By the time that happens, it's a bloodbath, right? By the time that happens, it's a bloodbath. Elon scoops up all these shares, right? He gets to enjoy a run in Tesla, a major run, like huge run in Tesla. He sells into Tesla, and then we have a major market crash in 26 and 28. And you guys tell me that you're never going to see Tesla at $20. If you look back on the tech bubble in 2000, right? What was Amazon going for? What was Apple going for? I think Apple was going for $6 back then when it was at its low. I could be wrong in the exact price, but I think if I remember correctly, it was somewhere down there. So when you tell me like you can't see Tesla at 20, fuck yeah, you can. Definitely. Even with him as the CEO or the as you could see him as anything, does nothing. Chairman of the board, I guess, if he had all those shares, I guess. But even so, it doesn't matter. You could still see Tesla trade in 2029, 2028, $20. You could see it trade 80 for a huge, massive run in 2026 or 2024, excuse me, and possibly 2025, excuse me. So a big Tesla run at a nice cheap price, big old fat run, and then you could see this major roll down for the entire market. You know, if we are at the end of a debt cycle, I wouldn't blink at all. See, I wouldn't blink at all. If we have that ramp, if we have that like that 2000 style ramp where we have obscene prices, and then we have obscenely low prices at the end of it, with a generational buying opportunity, I wouldn't blink. That shit wouldn't shock me for the least. To watch like a $80 buy, $100 buy, $120 buy. He gets approved. He buys. They give him the shares. Nice fat run. Nice fat, crazy bull, insano run into 26. Housing market starts to fail. Regional banks start to fail. He exits. Then he's down at $20, scooping it all up again. Would not shock me at all. Yeah, well, I don't even wonder. I would look back. If you're going to compare Tesla in price, I would look back on Apple. They're probably the closest comparable to that. And it kind of is in line with what he's saying, too, right? Right? I mean, Steve Jobs, right? You want Steve Jobs to stick around. You know, where do we move into a Tim Apple type situation? Where we replace him? So, if you're a Tesla bull, the only thing that I can say to you is you buy the major lows, right? All along. Now, you don't buy all the tops and shit.
Early market on close.
You buy the major lows.
1.7 billion to the sell side.
Ooh, here we go. 1.7 billion. Where's Trader Podcast? So you buy those major lows. You buy all of them. You know, so if you're like buying if you bought the $100, if you buy the $80, those are the ones to be buying. If you're looking long term, 20 years on Tesla, whenever I see people out there saying they buy all the tops and shit, I'm like, they're out of their fucking minds. If you're a 20-year, 30-year investor in Tesla, matter of fact, how old of a company is Tesla? It's almost 20 years old now, right? No, they're not a startup. So if you're looking for that second phase of Tesla, another 20 years or something, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I wouldn't be shocked. I like Tim Apple. I got no beef with Tim. I don't got no beef with Tim Apple-esque person coming in for Tesla either. I'd be fine with that too. It's normal. Like normally you start out with your normal, like when you have a startup, right? As a matter of fact, even myself, you have any kind of startup, right? You normally run with your original CEO is normally the founder, right? And that founder is the visionary, right, for what you're doing. And then when you get into becoming a mature company, you look for a CEO that can take you to that stabilized next phase of a company. It's not abnormal to do stuff like that. And he's asking you over the weekend that same stuff, like, hey, do you want more growth? Do you want to stay a startup company? Do you want to stay with AI? Do you want to stay building robots and all that stuff within Tesla? If so, we need to renegotiate. Now, you might be saying out there, no, fuck you. We renegotiated already. We renegotiated already with you. So your stick around is that. But he's coming back and opening the door to a renegotiation. You don't have to like that. You don't have to agree with that. You can go another direction. I'm sure there's other board members right now that are scared to death of that too, his family and friends. But him doing that is something he can do, and I can understand that. And what would happen if he did leave or get voted off the island? You'd see the stock price get fucking annihilated. We know that, right? Until they brought in a Tim Apple, you'd see the price get annihilated. Right? The initial reaction would be really bad. Now, the long-term price of that stock is still going to go to the moon. It's still going to go, the actual price of the share of Tesla should go to 60,000 per share in craziness that you're talking about. I'm on board that. I know if I bring a chart back and I look 20 years from today, it's going to be in the fucking moon. None of this is going to matter. But I don't think that's out of the realm of discussion at all. Not $10 right now, but if we saw 80 in March, I wouldn't even blink. I'd be like, fuck yeah, it looks about right there. And let's buy it. Yeah, if you are. If Elon is around, you do want Elon. And you want him to stare that, like Career Low just said. If you're a Tesla bull, then you want Elon free to stare up the creative direction of their next step leap like he always has. I agree with that statement. But if you don't, right? If you don't want that, you want to become that no more growth company, you're looking for a Tim Apple. Looking for someone that can steer the ship. You're looking for somebody that's not going to make any waves. You're looking for somebody that's not going to be a problem. Any of that kind of stuff. Now, that will reprice the company, right? If they're not in a growth phase, that would reprice Tesla. Oh, come on down, Daddy, and give me the money. Come on down there and give it to me. Come on down there, sell that clothes. Sell that clothes for Daddy. And I only look at that stuff. I'll be honest with you guys. As a Tesla bull, right? I just see it as the gift. I just see it as the gift. I'll be honest with you. I see it as the gift. Like, if I can buy Tesla at $80, if I can buy Tesla at $10 or $20, I'm looking at it for my kids. Like, fucking buy and hold for life. Whenever I see some bulls out there, like, woo, I'm like, yeah, it's not the time to buy. I want to be wooing from 80, 100, 10, 20. That's when I do the wooing, right? Is when we're down there. It feels good. There ain't no feeling like it. Feels fucking phenomenal. No sweat, no rush, no care in the world. What are you saying there? Tim Apple would replace Apple, would please the libs. I don't think Elon's liberal or Republican. I think he's just profit driven from the perspective of a corporate oligarch. So my view on Elon is, you guys want my view? I think I've said this before. Elon, like, he sees things and he's like giving you the opportunity, saying, you want to get off planet? It's not just Elon. There's some really smart people out there that are like, look, here's the deal. Once we come into the singularity, this is my thesis as well. Once we come into the singularity, if we have not somehow been integrated with AI and robotics, we will get annihilated. We will not survive that singularity. We will not. If we don't incorporate our bodies into that singularity, we will be destroyed. We need a reason for them to keep us around, basically, in my thesis. I think that's his too. And I think his first thought was, and many others, was to try to escape that eventuality. We try to escape Earth. Now, that sounds crazy to you, but you try to give humans another chance to either escape that happening or be able to fight that happening from somewhere else. Does that make sense? Now, that's like a hedge against humanity. It's not a hedge against nation states. It's a hedge against the singularity that's going to take place, or likely will take place. Brought on by nation states that allow this out of the box too much. That's actually how it should happen. A country or a corporation will let it out, or not have the control they thought they had. You won't notice it. I won't notice it. And you'll see the end of humankind. Now, I think his original thought was, let's try to get off world. His second thought was, also, let's try to incorporate ourselves into AI and robotics, right? You've got the miniaturization of a computer in your hand, like a phone. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Eventually, it sits in glasses or contacts, and eventually it gets implanted into you. Okay? So that you can have a fighting chance. So when he's doing all this other work with boring, when you see work being done with implants, that's stage 2. Here's stage 3. This is the gross part. Now, someone just commented on libs would like Tim Apple as the CEO. There's another part to this. And this would be where I think Elon thinks. Elon's got those 2 or 3 thoughts, right? Then he's got the whore master thought. And this is the thought where you might in your brain say, we might fail going to Mars. We might fail with integration. We might fail with being able to protect ourselves on Earth. We might fail with chip implants or robotic implants, believe it or not, right? Or chip implants where we become symbiotic with artificial intelligence, right? And our brains and stuff are working alongside artificial intelligence. When all that fails, you look towards Rome, or you look towards Babylon, and you say, well, fuck it, let's party. And if that's the case, we're just going to party and become heathens and debauchery and grossness. What do? You create an everything app. You create your own kingdom where you're powerful. You're more powerful than a country or a nation state. And this is where the dumbness of our government comes into play for all of this tech. So what you do is you create an everything app. You create an X, and you would have your own fiefdom, where you have power and control stronger than a nation state as this process takes over.
Close imbalance still sitting at 1.7 billion to the sell side.
And you see other companies doing this at the same time. China's doing it right now with their VR worlds and their companies. You see it with Google. You see it with Apple. Everyone's creating their own fiefdoms, their own virtual worlds, like a virtual kingdom or a virtual government that they want you to become a part of, right? So they got to pick a side too in their politics for all that stuff, right? They want you to feel good and comfortable, like you're a part of it and you're happy with where you are, and take your time away from you so that they can party. These oligarchs, these corporate oligarchs. So I see the reasoning even behind X and all of that stuff. What Google's doing, and what Apple is doing to a lesser extent, some of these other companies and people around the world. They're going to create these worlds, these like second country, almost like a virtual country that has nothing to do with the country you live in. That's run by a king or a queen down the road. This is the plan. Even if it never comes to fruition, you can see the steps being put in place right now for it. Yeah. Now, do I know if that's going to all come true? I don't know. It's probably the greatest existential threat to humanity for today, where we had nuclear war was the greatest existential threat at one time, right? Disease was, World War was in World War I, World War II, right? World War I, the greatest war, right? The war to end all wars. Same thing with the Industrial Revolution, right? Same thing with the Bronze Age. We've had this happen in the past, but this one here is probably the worst we've ever encountered. Probably the scariest one that we've ever encountered. Rocket Surgeon just bought AAP June 21 100 calls for $1. Dirt cheap, dude. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Let's be truly honest here, right? You've got the Lizard King from Meta. What is he building right now at his house in Hawaii? You guys know, right? He's building like a fucking massive underground compound, right? Massive underground compound. Why? Right? Why? It's not for nuclear war. Well, Hawaii is like a top target for nuclear war. It's one of the top targets, like for like a World War III scenario. But it's because of AI. That's what it's for. Yeah, it's a doomsday bunker XL. It's the real fear, right? This doesn't come from Elon. There's some other guys that do a bunch of talks at big universities. You can find these talks on YouTube. A lot of these guys are mostly afraid of AI being let out by a sloppy company or a sloppy country. And the AI will figure out what needs to be done to destroy competitors for their nation, right? You can whip AI's ass. I think from my perspective, AI should be a worldwide ban. It's almost like Dune. There should be an instantaneous ban on AI, and then you would convene a UN council that would maybe work on AI. I think our only chance is some kind of like a world council that would work on it together. Possibly that could work. You'd have to have every major country involved in the decision-making process. And then if you catch anyone using it, it's off with your fucking head. That's probably our only chance. But otherwise, I think the future is dim. Especially when robotics are falling a little bit behind. Not behind, I shouldn't say falling behind, but they're a little bit farther time frame. They're probably like 100 years, 50 to 100 years out on truly good robotics. Like soft robotics, that's like a human. They're not going to kill you when they swing their arm to the right, kind of stuff. They're not going to back up and kill a child or step on on a fucking dog and kill it because of the weight, that kind of stuff. There's a guy at MIT that talks about this stuff, young kid that talks about the real problems with robotics and how far behind it actually truly is. But somewhere in that time frame, there's a real crisis coming for the world. Next 50 to 100 years. Yeah, I agree with that too, Sam. Yeah, I realize the difference between written AI and general AI. I realize the difference between all these different AIs. I'm not gonna sit here and like argue which AI we're talking about and stuff like that. And I don't believe that you and I even know how far general AI has come. They don't tell you. They don't tell me. They don't tell the governments. They don't tell. When I was in I was in U.S. Army Command, nothing we said was what was on the news. Zero. 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 What was actually going on versus what you were told on all news sources was not accurate. All. So I don't think for a minute that anything we're told publicly in regards to AI is real or true. It was 1.4 billion earlier. I think 1.4 billion. Looking to see if it becomes 4 billion. Oh yeah, dude. My daughter had a yard sale the other day. Not a true yard sale, and my daughter had one. Another kid did. So this like two kids did, and I took my stuff off and threw it everywhere. I was teaching my youngest daughter in a snowboard ski park what the fall line was and how to get back on your skis or board proper way to not slide down the mountain. And I was like, you guys want to learn about a fall line and all that stuff and what a yard sale is? Because they've both fallen. I love yard sailing. If you're going to yard sale, you better do it right. You're going to fucking fall good, throw everything off. Like, get rid of your hat. Take your jacket. Even if you're done falling, take your jacket off and just throw it down the fucking hill. I don't think so someone's mentioning I think I'll be honest. I think our governments are too fucking stupid to know how dangerous AI is. I really do. It's like greed. And then I think that corporations aren't going to tell them either. Because I think corporations can take over with that shit too. And take over. Absolutely. Before it's too late. I don't think corporations AI interests align with governments, any government in the world. I don't think they align in any way, shape, or form. I think they are probably the biggest enemy that a government of any people could have. Yeah, 100-foot trail of gear. Fuck yeah, definitely. All fucking day long. They're parking this shit, huh, to the close? 348, 350 right now. Do you guys expect a big up move into tomorrow? Do you guys expect the manipulation and then this big up move in OPEC tomorrow? Or do you expect it to be parked sideways into tomorrow? Yeah, I see the chip ban stuff. I think there's a real danger. I don't know who it is that does it or says it. I don't know if it's Bill Gates that says it or behind a closed door in a closed room, but we are fucked royally. We are super fucked. If it's not, we're super fucked if it's not controlled. Super fucked. Super fucked. What about you if you're young? Let me ask you that question. If you're watching this stream right now and you're under the age of 25, do you have high hopes for AI? Or do you think they'll just create more work for you to keep you working? Do you think they're actually going to allow you to fuck off for the rest of your life and get fat like in the movie? What's the Wall-E movie? Or do you think they'll always find something for you to do to have to be a slave to work? Think AI is your savior?
To the sell side.
Do you not think it's your savior? Do you think it's actually an existential threat, or do you not? Yeah, 30 years of arts and culture warning against AI, and NVDA blew it up in one ER. Yeah. Yeah, long haul trucking, none of the promises. I'm thinking about when these kids are like 100 years old or something, what their experience with AI will be like. Will it be positive? You know what I was thinking about too, what you guys just said? I was thinking about AI art, and I have no appreciation for it. I'll be honest. I got zero. There's something about the human touch, of course. The best way to describe it would be, for me at least, the best way to describe it would be, there's this guy from Chicago. He's dead now. He's a famous Chicago chef. Let me see what his name is here. Charlie Trotter. That's his name. I don't have to look it up. Guy named Charlie Trotter tried to teach people how to make a plate of food look natural versus a human hand composing a plate of food. And he would sprinkle stuff on top. And the reason he did it like that was because it was random. So it looked like it was nature. If you place things on a plate, it looks like a human touched it. Very similar in AI art. But you know what's fascinating about AI art is all my kids love it. All my kids' friends love it. And if you introduce one or two generations to that being art, you'll never know what human art was just in a generation or two as really nice art. You become accustomed to this is what art is. Huge red bars tomorrow. However, I feel they pump it hard before sitting it down. Yeah, I think, is he still alive? I thought he was dead. I don't know, man. He might be alive still. I swear he was dead because I think I tried to buy some of his plates from an auction. Maybe he is still alive. Is he still alive? He has a daughter too, doesn't he? Doesn't his daughter, is he still, maybe, oh shit, am I saying he's alive and he's not dead? He did die. He died in 2013. Yeah, I tried to buy some. He had an auction, so he wouldn't sell his stuff. Before he died, he wouldn't sell his stuff. So he had an auction, and I was like, fuck, get fucked. I ain't buying that for the prices he wanted. He's got a bunch of, back in the day, he used to have plates with his signature on it, his initials and stuff. And you guys know who this guy is? Famous chef. I like AI art for its play. Yeah, I don't disagree with any of what you're saying positive about AI art. I got nothing bad to say about it. I realize it's going to help with a lot of VFX stuff, with storyboard building, all that kind of stuff. I realize that making cartoons is expensive and time consuming. It's going to have a big impact there. I understand its impact. I understand it. I'm talking about conditioning people to accepting something. It's usually you introduce it to kids, and that generation will never have any other idea of something better from that point forward. We're doing that right now with kids. We're introducing a young generation to having no concept of privacy. They feel good with no privacy. They're good with it. They're fine. You should be watching kids. What they accept, what they like. I always ask my kids, "Do you like this? Is this? Do you enjoy this? Are you accepting of this or that or whatever it is?" I'm going to repeat this right now, Chase, because they ain't listening. With a window of weakness, I told them this morning, Chase. I told them this morning, brother. They weren't listening, man. With window of weakness starting and macro changing, see yields in Dixie geopolitical, and single stocks expiring Friday. Can see blood unless zero date saves it. 100%, brother. 100% agree with you, man. Oh yeah, dude. Oh no, do they sell that at Johnny H? Do they still sell that Gravlox there at a whole paycheck? Do they really still sell it there? Window of freakness, window of squeezeness, baby. Look at that buying down there. Woof! Look at that buying right now. Look at that gorgeous buying right. Look at that pin right there. Hells yeah, more to go up. More going up here. We got more upside right up here. Yeah, I notice it with my kids and their clothing. I notice it with what they accept for. It's weird. So when I was a kid, there was no like take a video and it's doomed you for life. Then there was a huge period when I was growing up where people were like kids were on Facebook after college and they're deleting all these bad pictures and videos. Then you had like a whole rash of kids that are putting the wrong things, what they present as themselves on the internet. Now kids today are what? They craft what they look like. They've got face filters and they present a fakeness to what they are online. You can but they're fine with it. They're okay with having an online persona, an online presence. How many people make videos today? Kids how many kids are making TikTok videos? All of them. Instagram, TikTok, Twitch streamers. There's what, hundreds of thousands? Maybe not. I don't know if it's 100,000 of them, but how many Twitch streamers are there at any given time? $7.58 million. Majority kids. So like all these kids are streamers today, right? To one point or another. Squeeze it on up to the hourly. Squeeze it on up. 475.21. Makes you think we're going to trade or close 475 tomorrow, doesn't it? Yeah. It's I'm fascinated what kids think. I'm fascinated what an 18-year-old thinks. Like an 18 to 21-year-old, what their thoughts are on the future with AI. Yeah, the feedback loop is dangerous. I just read a story about a month ago. I read a story on Google News had a fact check. You know, they have to do the fact checking on Google News at the bottom. They used an article to as a fact checking site. And it turned out that I read the actual article. The article was inaccurate, and the article was written by AI, which I found very troublesome. Not too hard to find right now. Testing the 30-minute trigger and the hourly trigger right now. Recovery, V-shaped recovery in price. Bring that over right there. Trading 475.21. Trying to go up here and tag that 475.21. Here is S1 right here. S2, or the pivot, excuse me. 476.81 above. Woo-wee. Look at all that up there. Look at all that into the close right now. Last minute left here. Guiding the ship. Guiding the bus into OPEX. All right. I will be back with you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Can't wait to see you. I will see you all then. Mabe, do me a solid, will you? Could you guys mind clicking the like button on all these on YouTube videos? Maybe making a comment down in the below, not in the sidebar, but down below. Captain, I hate you. On Twitch, give me a like if you could. Whatever you can do, I'd appreciate it. And I'll see all of you guys tomorrow, baby, 9:30 in the morning.